Good morning and welcome to the 2021 UKZN Accounting Professions Day. Myself and my colleague, Mr. Shane Ratnasamy, will be directing proceedings for the day. We have a very exciting lineup of firms that will be addressing us, and there are lots of prizes to be given away, so make sure you pay attention. However, before we begin, I would like to welcome our Dean and Head of School, Professor Sibanda, to officially welcome everyone.
Thank you very much. Good morning. On behalf of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, executive management, staff and students, and in particular, staff and students from the School of Accounting, Economics and Finance, I'd like to welcome you all to this first virtual Accounting Professions Day. I recognize the stakeholders, firms, sponsors of gifts here present, the program directorate and organizers. Thank you very much for attending this event. As always, we always appreciate your participation in the Accounting Professions Day. This is our first virtual Accounting Professions Day, which has arisen due to the COVID pandemic. We know the role that accounting firms and stakeholders play in the Accounting Professions Day. They play a pivotal role in shaping future global leaders. The accounting programs at the University of KwaZulu-Natal remain fully accredited by SAICA and rated level 1. These programs are the Bachelor of Commerce degree in accounting and the postgraduate diploma in accounting. As a school, we strive to ensure we offer quality programs throughout. And we assure firms and stakeholders that we are interested and working hard in ensuring that the programs remain SAICA accredited at all times. To our BCom accounting students, this will be a great opportunity for you to interact with future employers and to learn about new job opportunities that include vacation work, graduate internship programs, bursary programs, and more. This event also presents an opportunity for you to be better informed and focused on your desired choice of firm or branch of the accounting profession, and also to learn about job search skills. I know as a province we have faced some challenges amid the pandemic, the recent unrest, but using the words of Martin Luther King Jr., I quote, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in times of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenges and controversy," unquote. With these words, let us rise up against all the challenges that we face and let us emerge strong. To the students, I wish you all the best with your studies. Remember to uphold the integrity and honesty values in order to be great leaders of tomorrow. To the stakeholders, the firms here present, I know we have some alumni as well. Thank you for making time for contributing to the success of our day. All the best for today. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your welcome. So as I have already mentioned, we have an exciting lineup of firms presenting today. To the students, it is very important that you pay careful attention to these presentations, as choosing the right firm for you is the next important step in your journey to becoming a chartered accountant. So you should be very excited about this. Before we get into the presentations, however, I would like to highlight a few things. Each firm has approximately 10 minutes to present, after which we will take 1 or 2 questions. If you are unable to ask your question, please make use of the question and answer facility, which you can find at the bottom of your screen. The firms will have representatives present to answer your questions when you ask throughout the day. Further, if you are listening to the presentation of a firm and it really excites you and you think, this is where I belong, then I strongly encourage you to go to that firm's portal to find out more about them. But now let's get started with the presentations. And the first one we have is the Auditor General. So I will hand over to you, Lungile.
Thank you so much, Alistair. I'm just going to load my presentation shortly. I also would like to greet everyone whilst I'm loading this, and also thank the university for the opportunity to come present again to UKZN on what the Auditor General has to offer to the prospective trainees. My name, as Alistair has mentioned, is Lungile Mnai. I'm the Senior Manager. I'm also a training officer at the Auditor General's office in KZN. As you'll see in the presentation, we are going to talk about, obviously, the presence of the AG in South Africa. We do have offices around the country as well, where you can do your training contract if you choose AG. So our slogan for today is #ChooseAXA. If you've got any questions, we do have also the, all the platforms that you can reach the AG at, and also our details the university does actually have. So just to start shortly on what I came here to say today. The AGSA, we have what is called a reputation promise. A reputation promise basically is something that we live by. It is the reason for the existence of the AG in the country. And we say that as the Auditor General of South Africa, we have a constitutional mandate. By constitutional mandate, it means that our mandate is in the constitution of the country. And as the Supreme Audit Institution of South Africa, we exist to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. So basically what this means is that AGSA is an auditing firm, and we exist in this country in order to build public confidence, and we do this by executing a whole series of audits. So I'm also going to cover some of the different types of audits that we do within the organization as well. So basically, like I said, we are a supreme audit institution of our country, and things that we are known by and things that we live in this country and that we would like to see improve is accountability, obviously, because we are guarding the public purse. We are auditing government funds, whether in the form of funds that are sent to the municipalities or funds that are sent to the government departments, some of the funds that are sent also to government entities as well. So the role that we have is to audit those funds just to make sure that the money has been utilized accordingly. The second thing that we are also synonymous by at the AGSA is good governance. As I said, we do actually audit. Once you audit, you need to issue an audit opinion. So the audit opinion normally gives you what is the status in terms of those finances, where they utilized accordingly. So something that is very important to us as well is good governance, as well as the third one being the ethics. Ethics, basically, as professionals, also as citizens of this country, it is important that we maintain a good ethical culture. So within the AG, this is something that we preach every day, that if you join us as well, being the trainee auditor or trainee accountant, this is something that we do expect that you are going to live. So as a firm, we have a very great reputation in this country, and we also want to maintain that reputation, which is why we always remain ethical at all times. So these are the things that are really, really important to us as the organization. I am going to move on and give you a bit more information about who the AG is. So basically, like I said, when I started, AG exists in the constitution of the country. That is why we are called a Supreme Audit Institution. We are a Chapter 9 institution. We audit every department, every municipality. So basically where the public monies actually extend, that's where our auditors, the AG, actually extend as well. We do mainly regulatory audits, which is where we issue our audit opinions. We also have performance audits that we do. We also do information systems audit, which is your computer auditing. We also do investigations within the organization as well. In the country, we've got about 15 training officers. Here in KZN, in Pretoria, we've got, I think, about 6 training officers in that city alone, and then each and every province in the country has a training office. So it basically means you can choose where you want to do your training within the HESA once you complete your studies. I am going to also move on. The last thing that maybe, if you don't remember everything I've said today, is that we audit everything in the public sector. Like I said, where the public monies extend, that's where our audit process also extend as well. So we are basically public sector auditors. That's what most people want to call us. I'm going to move on here and talk about, obviously, more reasons why you should choose the AXA. Our audits are centered mainly around the audit of the financial statements. We also audit predetermined objectives. That basically means we are auditing service delivery information. We also do issue some findings on compliance with legislation as well whilst we are executing these audits. We've got over 1,036 clients nationally. Currently, we've got a complement of trainee auditors that is in excess of 1,250. And with all those numbers, it basically means the doors are still open for you as well to make your application, just to make sure that next year maybe you stand a chance of serving your training contract with the AG. Basically, these are just some of the examples of the audits that we do internationally. We do the SAA, Department of Tourism, Tourism SA, Home Affairs as well. So basically, what it means here is that some of our auditors get that opportunity to also go internationally and audit these clients that are mentioned in the slide. One other one, the African Union as well. We are involved in those audits within the organization. So it basically means we offer quite a lot in terms of the experience that you can gain as the trainee auditor within the organization. This slide, I am just highlighting the support initiatives that we have for our trainees once you join the HESA. So we do support you for your ITC, whether it's your board courses, your ITC exam fees, we pay for that as well. For your APC as well, we support you. For your board fees, we support you for your exam fees. We also offer you 20-day study leave first time, whether you are writing your ITC or you are writing your APC. We also do have in-house customized courses for the APT, where the APT lecturers are assisting our trainees just to make sure that they pass their APC exams. Like I mentioned, our study leave package is quite good as well. We do also give you leave while you are attending all these courses that are designed to make sure that you do pass your exams at the end of the day. So basically, this is what we do just to make sure that our candidates for all these board exams do actually get a chance to pass, and they do actually get enough time to prepare for their exams. The next thing that I'm highlighting is just some of the benefits that we have for you now being the employee of the AG and also being the trainee auditor. We also pay 100% for your medical aid. We also have a group life benefit that actually pays you 3 times your salary as long as you're still the employee of the AGSA. So basically, these are the benefits as the employee that we all have. Even for me, being a senior manager, these are the benefits that will actually extend to me as well. So as you can see, we've got quite a lot that we can offer. We just designed these few slides. There is obviously a lot of things that the organization have to offer you. All that you have to do really is to visit our website, www.agsa.co.za. All the information that I've mentioned and more is contained in the website. You just have to go under graduate recruitment. You will then get all the information and also get the opportunity to apply online. Also, our external bursaries are open. I think as from today, they will go live on our website as well. You can go in and apply. We will then consider your application for the bursary as well as for the articles for next year. Thank you so much. I think that's basically what I had prepared for you today. I am going to take questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lungile there. Please, everyone, please take note of the website there if you need to go and visit their portal. It's www.agsa.co.za. I think we'll take 2 questions. I'm sure many of you after that presentation have some questions. We'll take 2 questions live, and please again make use of the chat if we don't take your question now. Do we have any questions? You can raise your hand if you have a question. Okay, we have one from Huawei P Smart that's raised their hand. Hazel, could you? Huawei P Smart, can you unmute yourself and ask the question?
Hi, I just want to ask that where is the AGA? It's in Maritzburg or in Durban? And also, what are the benefits? I mean, they say, let's say you're doing an advanced diploma via UNISA. Do you accept graduates from that side also?
Okay, so that's for, and then we'll perhaps take a second question from Annie, and then Lungile, if you'd like to answer them. So Annie, if we don't mind taking your question, and then, sorry, the other people, if you could just type your questions in the chat.
We have the question on the chat.
Was the question from Annie on the chat already?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Lungile, if you'd like to respond to the questions, please.
Thank you. So the first question was asking where the office is. In KZN, the offices are in Pietermaritzburg in Cascades. The second one on do we take people that are doing their postgraduate diploma, a CTA, I presume. So for the first year intake, we take candidates that already have a CTA. But right now, since you are still busy with your CTA, you have to apply and then go through the processes and be screened and all the processes that we do for all our first year TAs. And then next year, we then look at the list that we have and then apply it against the requirements, of course, to see if the candidates actually has to be appointed within the AGSA. So right now, I would say, please apply because you are busy with your CTA. But for the intake next year, once the results are out, we take people that already have obtained their CTA. I hope that is clear. Alistair, I am not seeing a question from any. I don't know if you can assist me with that one.
Unfortunately, I can't either, but I see a lot of people are asking about that work, the possibility of that work. So perhaps you'd like to address that one live, and then we can deal with the rest of the questions in the chat, in the question and answer session.
Okay, thanks. So for back work, we do take a few candidates during the year to come and experience what AG actually does. So in mind comes just one program that we have, which is called the AEP program. So basically through this program, we normally have people for a week within the AGSA just to learn about the AG, experience the culture. 1 or 2 of the days we also take them around the clients just for them to experience what we actually do on the ground as the AG. So when we choose candidates for these programs as well, we utilize the same portal, people that have applied through the website and people that have applied through the links that we've provided as well, where we get to select those candidates to take part. So there is definitely a chance for you to experience the AG before you can actually come and do your training contract next year. Thanks.
Thank you, Lungile. If you don't mind just answering the rest of the questions then in the question and answer place. I believe you have some questions for our attendees, which you'd like live answers for. So please make sure you're ready to raise your hands, everyone.
Before we proceed, Alistair, we had Tabo's hand up. Tabo, do you still have a question? Tabo Siete? You can go ahead, Thabo.
Okay, good morning. Thank you so much. I actually raised my question on the question and answer, but thanks for this opportunity. My question is, I normally hear people and even from Lungile's presentation, to my best understanding, you will clarify me, is that maybe AG, is it AG opportunities limited to external auditing, or it also accommodates internal auditing? Because I did not hear you cover the part of the internal auditing. So yes, if it does not cover or it does, so what would be your best advice to those students or learners who are ambitious in becoming, internal auditors or certified internal auditors, and how one could go about in terms of applying for those opportunities? Thank you so much.
Thanks. I'll respond to that. What the AG does, we are a firm of external auditors. So that's basically our product that we offer to the public sector. However, within the organization, we do have other opportunities. Like I did mention earlier, I spoke about investigations, I spoke about IT audits, I also spoke about training. We do a lot of training. So we have a lot of colleagues that are here also to train the auditors. So for you to join the AG next year, this is for somebody who wants to obtain SAICA articles. SAICA articles will mean that you get to stay with the AG for a period of 3 years and then obtain your articles, pass your exams, and qualify as a chartered accountant. In terms of internal auditing, internally, we do not offer articles that are associated with that. All we have is we've got SAICA articles, we've got ACA articles. So my personal advice, again, this is not from the AG, it's just from me as a person. If you are pursuing chartered accountancy, but you want to branch into internal auditing, obviously you will need to come into the AG for your articles, pass your qualifying exams, qualify as a chartered accountant, and then you can branch us to internal auditing. I know internal auditors also have the IIA, who governs what internal auditors actually do, and you can register with the IIA as well. Just because you are a CA doesn't really limit you registering with all the other, whether it's CFE, it's IIA. So if it is something that you want to do, a CA that specializes in internal audit, it's entirely possible, but you need your articles first, which is why the AG might assist you when it comes to the articles. Thank you. I think the rest will just answer in the chat box as well. Thanks, Alistair.
Thank you, Lungile. I believe you now have some questions to ask.
Yes. So we've got 2 prizes that we would like to give to the 2 lucky students. I've got 2 questions that I'm going to ask. And then I think we've got 2,000 Rand vouchers for Take a Lot that we'll be giving to people that win. So I am going to be judging the answers. If I'm not happy with the answer, I'm going to ask for more hands until we get the correct answer. So
just before you begin, sorry, Lungile, if we could please wait for the question to be asked before we raise our hands. I see a couple of people already raising their hands. I know there's a lot of money being given away here.
Okay.
We have someone auditing this competition, yes.
We are auditors. Also, Alistair, I think I'll rely on yourself and I think Hazel just to tell me who raised their hands first. I think it will be key because there is a prize we want to be fair. So the first question is, what is the meaning of SAI? S-A-I. What does S-A-I mean? What does SAI mean? I spoke about it a lot in my presentation, so a person who was listening should have the answer already. What does SAI mean? S-A-I. What does it mean in the context of AG?
The first one that I saw is pure mandla. I don't know who else you saw after that, Alistair. So, Viwamandla, please respond.
It's South African institution.
That is incorrect.
Ah!
I think Cornelia was next.
Sorry, Pure. Kwanele, which Kwanele? We are Kwanele Nyembe.
Yes, yes.
Go for it, Kwanele.
Please unmute and talk, Wanele.
Cornelia, you need to unmute.
It's the Supreme Audit Institution, I think.
Yeah, that's the correct answer. I think the guys that are
Writing is...
okay, that's correct.
Congratulations, Cornelia.
Thank you so much.
If you could all please
I
lower
think the
our
guys
hands
that are
again.
writing on the chat box are giving away the answers. So I think let's just use the hand punch.
Let's select one randomly from the chat box. We've got Leisha Prasad. Now, is this correct? Supreme Audit Institution?
No, but Gwanele already answered correctly. So I think let's yes,
Okay,
for question 2, maybe we can give it to Leisha so that she can get a shot to answer. Question 2 is, what is the role of AG in South Africa? We can see Leisha, if she doesn't get it right, we will take hands again.
Okay,
what is the role of AGSA in South Africa?
Unmute yourself, Leisha, and go for it.
Hi, the role of AGSA for South Africa is to audit public sectors, the government sectors such as South African Airways and other government companies.
If you give me maybe 2 additional auditees, people that we audit, I will give you the prize. You mentioned SAA, what other?
There's one more.
The common ones, there's 2 common ones. I mean, I started a conversation with this, where the public money goes. So just mention 2.
Home Affairs and the Department of Tourism.
All right, that's fine. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, Leisha.
Thank you so much.
So those are 2 of our winners. It's going to be Leisha and Gwanele. I think Hazel, you can just forward us their details so that we can make sure they get the prices for today. Otherwise, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Lungile. That was very exciting and a very nice presentation. And congratulations to the 2 students who won their prizes. Please remember, everyone, if there are if there are prizes to be given away and we're taking the questions live, try not to type it in the chat box and give it away, because you never know, they might get it wrong and then you might get an opportunity to answer it. Okay, but next, however, our next presentation, we have Carmony from Baker Tilly Morrison Murray. So over to you, Carmony.
Thanks, Alistair. If you just give me a quick second, please. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the university for allowing us to present to the students. As Alistair mentioned, my name's Kamini Naika and I'm from Baker Tilly, and my colleague is Paige, who will also be joining us. If you could just give me an opportunity to share a video, please.
Sorry, Kamini, did you share your sound? Thank you.
Hi guys, so as our video showed, Baker Tilly, our motto is now for tomorrow, which is perfect for the students because you're literally planning your future. Sorry guys, let me pause this video. You're literally planning your future planning your future now for tomorrow. Baker Tilly is within one of the top 10 firms internationally, and we operate as a large to medium-sized firm. We are based in South Africa in Durban, Cape Town, and Johannesburg. We operate as an independent member firm for Baker Tilly International. A bit about myself, I did my degree with Varsity College and I started serving articles. The nice thing about serving in a medium-sized firm is you're able to grow. So I went from being an articles clerk to a supervisor, to a manager, and now to an associate. We do allow you to start your articles while studying for CTA. We do pay for your first attempt of board 1, 2, and board courses. We do offer bursaries as well as the wonderful opportunity of a secondment. Obviously, in a world that doesn't operate under a pandemic. So hopefully soon we'll be able to move on to that. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on, because when I was at university, obviously the big decision you have to make is whether you'd like to serve in a medium-sized firm or a large firm. And just, you know, some of the factors that I weighed in and why I chose a medium-sized firm is, number one, you are able to study whilst working. So you are able to do your CTA and work and get your articles done. The second thing I've really enjoyed about serving in a medium-sized firm is the amount of exposure that you get. So not only are you exposed to audit, you're exposed to tax, you're exposed to drafting financials, you're exposed to valuations and due diligence. It's endless. So you're never going to get bored, or you're never going to get, reach your ceiling, because you're learning continuously every day. Obviously, another good opportunity with serving with a large medium-sized firm is secondment, because we do offer that. So I'm not going to touch too much on secondment because I just like my colleague Paige to also bring that topic up. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to her.
Hi everyone. So I'm a manager at Baker Tilly, and I started out at Baker Tilly as a bursary student. So bursaries is something that we do offer here. Unfortunately, we don't grant 100% bursaries, but your bursary percentage will be assessed by our partners upon application. If you guys have any questions regarding bursaries or would like to know more, you can email mail@bakertillymm.co.za, and Carmony will put that address up in the chat box for anybody who would like that. Then something else that I did at Baker Tilly, and it's probably one of my highlights of being here, is I went on a secondment after my articles. Applying for a secondment is like applying for a job. So not to say that you can't go anywhere in the world, but when your secondment time comes up, you need to see which countries are available at that time, and you submit your CV, you go through the whole interview process, and hopefully you are awarded the opportunity to go on a secondment. So I went to Mauritius for 5 months, and I absolutely loved my time there. I learned so much about auditing in Mauritius, even though I was still doing auditing in South Africa was completely different to how they audited in Mauritius. Even from a perspective of travel, I got to see, I mean, Mauritius is small, but there's so much to do there. I would travel every weekend, meet new people, and just experience a different culture there. So if it is something that you are interested in, Baker Tilly do try their best to make that happen. Obviously in a world where COVID is not so restrictive, but hopefully in the near future, that will become an opportunity for us. Then just to touch a little bit more on Baker Tilly is like a family. For 3 years, you're integrating and socializing with the same people. So you really do make lifelong friends, and the partners have an open door policy and really do care about your personal lives as well as your work life. So they are very considerate and accommodating, and yeah, we are all just like a family here.
Yeah, just to touch on Paige, as what Paige said, is since we've had the pandemic, which was last year, March, our firm has offered us to work from home. We're very flexible. Obviously, our clients have tried to work with us, so we try and do auditing remotely. But again, they've given us the option to work from home to ensure all protocols. And when you do come into the office, we make sure all protocols are adhered to, just to ensure the safety of our employees.
Okay, I'm not sure if we would like to open up the chat box or have any questions.
Thank you, Carmony and Paige. Yes, if you've done with your presentation, I see we've got a couple of people raising their hands. Just a comment from my side quickly. If you are using the chat box to raise questions, please make sure that you identify the firm that you'd like to answer the question, because I see there's a lot saying, can you do this at the company? Now, so far we've only had one presentation from the AGA, and now we've also had Baker Tilly do their presentation. So just to help the presenters know which questions to answer, please can we just identify the firm? So let's see who we have asking questions. We've got Huawei P Smart again. If we could please allow Huawei P Smart to ask their question.
Hi, my name is Vanessa. I never said, oh, sorry, my phone is Huawei, so I couldn't say much.
Yes, sorry.
But my question is, I just want to find out, you said that you take graduates with who are going to do CTA. So your mandatory is taking candidates who has degrees only, or just degrees specific, and that's it? That's all I want to ask. And also where their offices are based.
Okay, shall we perhaps take the second question before you answer? So we'll take from Ntokozo. Ntokozo, if you could unmute, thank you.
Hello. Yes, I would like to ask if for someone.
Ntokozo seems to have.
I didn't hear the question.
Disappeared. I think she disappeared. Ntokozo, are you still there? Perhaps we can answer Huawei. Sorry, I missed his name. Huawei's question, and then we'll see if Ntokozo comes back.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so our offices are based in Westville. We are next to Westville Girls, so we are nice and central if you live within the Upper Highway community. And then just the question on whether we take people with only degrees. So we do have quite a few article clerks who will come in with like a BCom, and then they are doing a bridging course to get to a BCom and allow them to do their CTA. So we do accept all article clerks with some sort of accounting background, but you are then allowed to further your studies and be on the path towards becoming a CA.
Thank you, Paige, for the answer there. It looks like we've completely lost Ntokozo, so unfortunately we won't be able to get her question. So hopefully she'll be able to type her question in the chat when she comes back. Otherwise, Carmony and Paige, if there's any last minute comment you'd like, or thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes, we would just like to hand out a prize. So Alistair and Hazel, I don't know if you would like to just monitor who raises their hand first, and then that person can answer. So we
But
have
to
a
see if Ntokozo's back at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if
Well,
you'd just
we'll
like to
definitely-
take a question quickly.
Sure.
You can unmute Togozo and ask.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm so sorry. I got disconnected. I barely heard your response to my question.
Koza, we didn't hear your question. If you could please repeat it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm a BCom general student. This is my first year. I'm gonna major in finance, and I aspire to do my honors and measure and my honors and masters in it. So I was wondering if would you have a position for someone like me? Is there something that I could do? Because I'm not directly doing accounting. I'm not gonna be an accountant, but I do aspire to be a CFO.
So currently our audit firm does SICA articles and SIPA articles. So Paige, I'm not sure, is there any other that we offer for finance students?
No, not really that I'm aware of. I think maybe to do something with you, what you are looking at is to maybe go and look for an apprenticeship or something at another company, not necessarily an audit firm.
Ntokozo, I hope that answers your question. I see we do have some other questions in the chat as well as the question and answer space. So if during the course of the session, you won't mind answering those questions. However, you wanted to ask a question and hand out a prize now.
Yes, we just wanted to hand out a prize. So I hope that people were listening to Carmony's little talk in the beginning. Hazel and Alice, if you guys could just monitor who raises their hand first, and then we could have that person answer. Okay, so we have a turnaround Mr. Delivery voucher, and we'll get your details afterwards and send that through to the winner. So our question is, what is Baker Tilly's motto?
I believe Nosisa was the first, Hazel.
Nosisa, yes. Nosisa, go ahead.
The motto is now for tomorrow.
Well done, that's correct.
Correct.
Great, well done, Nosisa.
Hazel, if you are able to take down the details of our winner and just send those through to her, and then we'll organize the Mr. Delivery voucher. We just need her contact number.
Got it. Thank you. We'll send shortly.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll reply to the questions in the chat. We'll just type some answers there, just so we don't take up anyone else's time.
Perfect. Thank you for your presentation and your answers there, Carmony and Paige. It is much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next firm we'll then move on to is BDO with Anissa. So over to you, Anissa.
Hello, can you guys see me?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. Hi, students. Just going to share my screen shortly. Come on. One second. Sorry, I'm just.
Slideshow.
Sorry.
Slideshow on top.
Oh, yeah.
Next one.
Sorry, it's not. There you go. Sorry about that. Okay. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Anissa, and I am the HR manager at the Durban office of BDO South Africa. And I'm here today just to share some information with you all about BDO and what we have to offer to prospective CAs. So, 1 second. So at BDO, we are an international firm with national footprints across South Africa. In South Africa, we have 7 locations, of which only 5 run graduate programs. We offer a variety of exposure to various industries and sectors, thus can commit to grooming well-rounded CAs upon completion of your training contract. We've been in our profession for the last 10 years, at least, and we serve more than 775,000 clients globally. Our BDO culture play is just as important as working, because we encourage balanced life. And what we look for in future trainees is those people that are willing to work hard and play hard as well. And that's one of the unique things about our culture. We offer various reasons why a trainee should choose BDO. Some of them being travel opportunities, because we are international and offer secondment opportunities. The others being that the variety of sectors that we have, including listed clients and companies, but there's a lot more to that as well. Our values can be symbolized by the acronym REACT, which means do the right thing always, be exceptional, add value, collaborate to win, and stronger together. So getting to know us a bit better, our culture is that we have a very family-orientated environment, an open door policy, we have approachable partners, we believe in teaching and learning, and that doesn't always have to go from top down. There's a lot of things that trainees can teach us or management. So we foster that sort of environment, which is a leadership sort of environment, and encourage leadership in everyone. We also have a lot of CSR activities so that we have commitments to our communities. And yes, the respect and diversity and inclusion. The other one is that our experiences, and as I've also already mentioned, with regards to the specific industries and client sizes, there's a variety of client sizes, and we pride on giving the best service to our clients. As I mentioned, the opportunities with the secondments, we invest a lot of time in training our people so that we can bring out the best in you. And there's a lot of learning that goes on. Graduate programs, these are all the different graduate programs that we offer across the different offices in South Africa. In the Durban office, it is mainly SAICA general audit, which is going towards the CA stream, but they are all the other service lines and graduate programs that are available at the other offices of BDO. Okay. There are a lot of online resources to get to know BDO better, and you should be able to find those. So BDO is all about our ambition, our client needs, and delivering exceptional client service. And in order to be able to do that, we need exceptional people. So if you're exceptional, please contact me. Any questions?
Thank you, Anissa. I see we already have some people raising their hand for questions. So we have Huawei P Smart. Lots of questions from him today. Sorry, I keep missing his name though.
Hi, my name is Vanessa.
Hello.
Sorry, I keep missing it.
Hi, I just want to ask, you said that you offered SICA programs in 2 streams, which was external auditing and financial service. So if I may ask, the SICA financial service, is it based in Durban or based in Johannesburg? If so, in the financial service, is this similar to other industries or like your banking, or I'm just asking in general, because this is something that is new to me. So an auditing firm offering financial services as a part of their program through SICA. I'm just wanting to know more about it. Thank you.
Okay. My colleague will assist with answering that question for you.
Thank you so much for your question. So financial services is only offered in our Johannesburg and Cape Town office. And they are both SICA recognized, so you will do your articles in audit. Sorry, I'm not sure if everyone can hear me.
Yes,
yes, we can.
Is the audio fine?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Hello?
We can
Can you hear me? Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. So just to continue with this question, we only offer financial services offerings in our Cape Town and Johannesburg office. The difference is the clients and the industry that you will be serving your articles in. So in our general audit, we have mining, we have construction, we have retail and so forth. Whereas in financial services, you will be doing audits on banks, insurance companies, stockbrokers, investment management companies, and so forth. So it's both in audit. The difference is just the clients, the industry, and the specialization. I hope that answers your question, Siboniso. Hello?
Thank you, Charisse.
Yes.
Sponiso has a further question. I see we don't have anybody else asking at the moment. However, before we take Sponiso's question, Anissa, if you could just perhaps give up your contact details again. I see someone is asking for your contact details. Sponiso.
Yes, that's fascinating because I thought that was just auditing only the video, but then that's fascinating because to learn another side from the financial service via the auditing firm. So that was fascinating for me. That's the first time to hear that from an auditing firm doing financial service from the other side. So if I may ask, do you just take candidates who have degrees only, or you just take candidates who just pass CTA? They have a choice whether they can apply from auditing, the general auditing, or the financial services. Thank you.
So just to answer your question, ideally, a preference is given to students that complete CTA upon being able to commence your traineeship. But you can apply at any stage, and we have a pipeline of trainees that are signed on for the years to come.
Thank you, Anissa. If we could perhaps just squeeze in one more question from Lindo Kushle, and then
Okay.
I think we'll need to move on.
Sorry, I also have my prizes to give
out.
out.
Okay, yes. So perhaps we won't take any further questions. Can you perhaps hand out your prizes? So Lindo Kushle, if you could perhaps ask your question in the chat.
Yes, if you can please just message me on the chat and I will put up my contact details. Sorry. So I have 3 prizes to give out. These are surprise packages. So I'm going to be asking 3 questions, and those that have or answer correctly first will then be my lucky winners. Please help me with trying to see who raises their hand first.
We will do so.
So I may not, I definitely did not cover this in my presentation, but I know all you guys would regardless Google it. So what does BDO stand for?
I would say Cornelia was the first to answer.
Sipiwe Ngosi.
Was Sipiwe Ngosi's hand not up before the question was asked?
Okay. Yes.
It looks like Mandisa is the first up.
Yes, yes. We won't
Yes,
take what Cornelia has won already.
Mm-hmm.
So in that order, then, Alistair.
So Mandisa first.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. Yes, Mandisa. What does
Please unmute Mandisa.
Okay, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
It stands for Binder Zaika Ote.
Well done. Well done. I'm going to put up my contact details, and you can just contact me to make arrangements to get your prize.
Well done, Mandisa.
Okay, next question is how many
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can I please lower all the hands and then you can ask your questions so that
Sure.
we start afresh.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Yes, sure.
How many offices does BDO have in South Africa? Raise your hands, please.
Did you catch who was first there, Hazel?
No, really. So let's take the top one, Andy Linyagiso.
All right. Do you have an answer for me?
I think we lost.
Okay, Andile
So he said
is
7. He's there he is again. He's back.
Yes.
Hi, Andile. Yes, what's your answer?
15 officers.
No, sorry, that's incorrect.
Sorry, Andile. I think Tabo is next.
I will see it.
Hi, Tabo. What's your answer?
Hi, it's 7 offices in South Africa, and yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
Tabo.
much.
Yes, and for my last question, what is BDO's acronym for values?
We first just clear the hand. Sorry, Anissa.
Oh, sorry.
What's that?
If the participant would stop raising their hands, because as soon as I clear them, they raise them again. So it makes it difficult to see who raised it first. Please stop raising your hands.
Attendees, please stop raising your hands.
Students.
Oh, they just keep raising their hands.
The question hasn't been asked. Don't raise your hand.
Oh, sorry, I did ask the question. The question was, what is the acronym for BDO's values?
Well, we have
Amashle.
Amashle, yes.
Yes, Amashle.
Hi, Amashle, yes.
Could we unmute Amashle?
Yes, you can unmute and talk.
The answer is react.
Well done, yes. Excellent. Great. I will be in contact with you guys, and I'm also putting my email address on the chat. My winners, please contact me. And great chatting to you guys, and I look forward to interacting with you again.
Great. Thank you for your presentation there, Anissa. It is much appreciated. With that, we'll move on then to our presentation by Colin Brander with Genevieve.
Good morning. Give me 2 seconds to just start my screen share. Everyone see that okay? Good morning. I am Genevieve Shan. I'm a director at Colin Brander Incorporated. We are a medium-sized based firm in Hilton. In terms of medium size, we have just over 160 staff. We have managed to grow the firm having a strong family orientation and a very open door policy. Individuality is key to our staff, and we foster an environment that allows people to excel at their own abilities and grow in the areas that they have strengths. Our motto is your success, our reward. And that is true for both our clients and our staff. We celebrate both your wins and theirs. At this stage in your journey, whether you're just starting your BCom degrees or whether you are looking at getting a new job, I know that you were very aware of the choices and the tribulations that stand ahead of you. And I wanted to take a moment to share a piece of advice that we often share with our staff. And I believe it could be a bit of use to you and share a little bit of the culture and the attitude that we have towards our staff. So I've taken a short clip from an advert that Prudential used to air. So if you can just take 2 seconds to watch this with me. Just get it started.
Antarctica, 1911. The celebrated explorer Robert Scott leads an expedition in a race to the South Pole. He has with him some of the best scientists and navigational equipment of the time. In good weather, he can march over 30 kilometers a day. In bad weather, he sits it out in his tent. It takes Scott 2.5 months to cross 1,400 kilometers of frozen wasteland in minus 30-degree temperatures.
At this stage, you must be having huge admiration for Scott and for his team. And can you imagine the medical issues that they had to endure at this stage? And going through 1,400 kilometers, 2.5 months at minus 30 degrees. It's incredible to see what they went through and all the trials that they had to go through. So after that, and looking at all that dedication, let's see where they land up.
Antarctica, 1911. The celebrated explorer Robert Scott leads an expedition in a race to the South Pole. But on January the 17th,
Sorry, let's try that again.
But on January the 17th, 1912, he's devastated to discover he's been beaten to the pole by the Norwegian Roald Amundsen. Unlike Scott, Amundsen chose to get up and cover the same distance every day, no matter what the conditions. His secret was consistency. Scott never made it home.
So this is something that we've looked at. It's a harsh lesson that Scott learned. But if you're looking at employees, can you imagine if you're going through your studies at this stage and looking at where you're at? It's just so much better to get your grounding right and start studying earlier and keep that consistency, because that stands you in a much stronger state. And at the same time, from an employer's perspective, We like to see employees that keep consistency. So can you imagine one employee coming out and they blow the lights out on one job, but then the next job, they drop the ball on, as opposed to another employee who just consistently delivers. They might not shoot the lights out, but they just consistently deliver. So you need to be that second employee that just consistently delivers. That's what we're looking for. So I wanted to go through a little bit more of the characteristics that we look for staff and chat a bit more about our firm. So I'm going to just get back to sharing my screen here. And give me 2 seconds. So if we looking here, our key characteristics that you're looking for in a CA is we want someone that's a leader in business, someone that's able to take charge and actually make decisions for a business. That's what a CA needs. They need to be passionate about people and success and with a positive attitude and a good communication skills. So when I first started and became a CA, I sat down and thought, why do you have to have such good communication skills? Don't accountants sit behind a desk and crunch numbers? But the more you start working, the more you start doing your articles, the more you realize that an accountant has a lot more to do with interacting with people. People have to be able to trust you. And we try and take somebody that's got these skills and build them and develop them further. And that's what you have to have, because if you're sitting with somebody and you're discussing their business and you're helping them strategize, then you're going to be able to have to communicate what the plan is going forward and also help them to understand what you're doing. And they need to be able to trust you to be able to implement your plan. And with that trust comes ethics. Nobody's going to trust you unless you're ethical. So we like to hire staff that are ethical. So these are the characteristics that we are looking for. And then obviously it is accounting, so you are going to have to be good with numbers and logical. So that's what we are looking for in staff. And if you've got any of those characteristics, please can you consider looking at us as a firm. Why be a CA? Now, when I think it was Nkosa asked the question and saying that she wants to master in finance, but she doesn't necessarily want to become a CA. I would still consider looking at the CA profession and the brand, because the experience that you get becoming a CA gives you a lot more to offer later on as a CFO. And the reason is that when you start, I'm going to go through the standard answers, which is that you can becoming a CA opens a lot of doors for you. And yes, it gives you a challenging and an exciting career. It gives you a lot of global mobility, which means the CA brand is accepted across the world. And it gives you flexibility. You can work different hours. And it gives you great earning potential in the business field of your choice. But what happens when you're doing your articles is you start here and you qualify, and with all due respect to universities, they've taught you the theory, but you've got to now start learning to be do the practical. And you have been to varsity, you've learned the theory, as I've said, but not many other jobs allow you to have that mentorship ability. Whereas doing your articles and becoming a CA, you start at a firm knowing nothing on the practical side, but you'll go out to a company to do their audits. And when you're out at that company, you'll have a manager that does all the work and interacting with the client. And you're just sitting there listening mostly. And you're doing a little bit of grudge work, you're doing a little bit of additions, but you're doing small stuff. But you're listening and you're hearing and you're seeing how different businesses operate. So today you're at a legal firm, tomorrow you're at a manufacturing firm, the next day you're doing something in agriculture, and the next day you're working with doctors. You're seeing all this diverse industries, and in each industry you're allowed to actually learn from them. And it may not just even be the industry that they're in. It may be, how does their HR practices run? What are the systems that they use in that business? But you slowly develop those skills, and the next year that you come, you get a little bit more responsibility, and by the third year you're running that audit, you're actually talking and interacting with the clients, you strategizing with them, and you are operating that business. And that's how you start learning to become a CA and being able to manage and being able to do all the different jobs. And that's why for somebody like Nkosa, I would really consider doing your articles and looking at the CA option, because it will give you a little bit more of a broader perspective. You don't have to become an auditor at the end. You can look at other opportunities. And that's why I wanted to talk about the careers that you have. So under careers for a CA, you could become an accountant, like the general status is. You could become an auditor, which is, so accountants are managing businesses, their finance side of it, working out where their cash flows are, strategizing how they're going to manage the business and take it to the next level. An auditor will be more checking the figures, so making sure that the business actually, what the figures are there is a fair representation of what that business actually operates. You could become a CEO of a JSE listed company, or you could become an entrepreneur and run your own business, or you could work from home. And that flexibility, you could even become a lecturer or a teacher. That flexibility and the career options are endless. And that mobility it gives to work anywhere in the world. And when I say anywhere, I mean, during lockdown, we've been able to work every single day because we've operated from home. And you can work in the middle of the bush on a game farm, or you can work in a suburban city. So that flexibility has huge options for you. And that's what we like to be able to share and give to our staff. So what do we do at Colin Brander and what makes us special? Okay, so we do accounting and bookkeeping. So that is actually preparing a set of financials, which is what you've probably done in your finance degree so far. And we do taxation, so that's preparing tax returns and submitting them to SARS. It's also looking at strategic ways of being more efficient with tax and seeing how to structure businesses in a more efficient tax way. Then we do auditing and assurance. And what is involved there is actually looking at what set of financials have been prepared by our company and making sure that they fairly represent the business. So are those assets actually there? Does that bank account really have that bank balance in it? And there's a lot of ticking and checking everything involved in that. Then estate planning and executorship. So what we do there is looking at, if you were to die, where are you leaving your assets and how are you doing that? What wills have you got in place? How would you structure it to pay less tax on your debt? Then obviously advisory and business consulting, so helping business strategize and managing their businesses and taking them to the next level. And then BE compliance, so assisting companies to become BE compliant and helping them to do that strategy and implement it. And as you can see, there's a vast range of services that we offer at our business, at our company. And our staff, with it being a medium-sized firm, you are allowed to be able to see which ones of those actually catch your interest and you have strengths in and be able to develop them. So when you're at a medium firm, you're allowed that opportunity to have a little bit of experience in all those different areas. And that gives you a much broader perspective on accounting and auditing going forward. And that's something I would definitely consider when choosing what firm to do your articles under. Why Colin Brander Inc? So we obviously give bursaries out to students that are studying, and those bursaries are done through varsities, and also if you're studying through correspondence and working at the same time. You have a guaranteed training contract at the end of your studies should you decide to go the full-time route. We also have focused and extensive training that's provided both formally and informally. So the training will happen on the job all the time, but we also have an incredible training facility here. And we have a CA dedicated to training within our company, and that is kept on track all the time and at the cutting edge. But at the same time, our firm has got the experience. So if I don't know something, one of the other directors will know it. And so we're able to share those skills amongst ourselves and be able to teach them. And we also learn from our staff at the same time, which is incredible. It's a dynamic firm with opportunities for growth. And right in the beginning, I did talk about individuality, and that has been key. So if we take somebody and they're straight out of school and they want to study through correspondence, they're allowed to do that. But if they show the ability and leadership to be able to jump through and get further ahead in their articles, we allow them that opportunity. Whereas if someone's a bit slow, then we give them the training and we help build them up. So we will take people straight out of school, and we will take people with their CTAs and anything in between. And then obviously we've got that broad knowledge between accounting, auditing, tax, finance, and even BEE. And then individuality I've already spoken about, but it is recognized within the firm and it's important to us. And then obviously very much an open door policy, and it's very much a family feel within this organization. Why Hilton? So I did mention that Colin Brand is based in Hilton. It's a small village feel. It's quite a developing area. It's just based outside of Pietermaritzburg. So that's our reception area. And that's the building that we have around the corner. But it literally is Durban's around the corner to us, and at the same time the Berg. So we're situated really well in between both. We've got incredible sporting facilities, and we do support our staff and do a lot of social activities in and outside of the office. We believe that our in a balanced lifestyle, and we believe that our staff should be able to actually learn how to balance their lifestyle, and we support them in all the different sporting activities that they do, whether it's a social hockey league or whether it's mountain biking. We do what we can, but there are great mountain bike trails and trail running around Hilton. There's beautiful sceneries. We've also got some really nice development that's happening, so there's some great investment potential within Hilton. And obviously there's the world-renowned mountain bike park at Cascades. There's also the GZ Canoe Marathon that's done, and Comrades, and the Minmar Mile, and Minmar is around the corner. So we have a really nice balanced lifestyle. It's easy to get here. We're straight off the highway, so nicely situated. And we really love living in Hilton. So I've given my colleagues details. It's melanie@colinbrander.co.za and our telephone number. Otherwise, you're welcome to look us up. But all our details are there, and I'm very happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Genevieve. I think we have time for one quick question. I see Sponiso's hand is up, but I don't see anybody else just yet. So we'll take Sponiso's question.
Hi, I just want to ask, since you said that you're based in Hilton, like what do you take graduates would already have degrees, or you just have maybe, let's say, have a diploma, then you can start doing your advanced diploma while you were in the firm, or what? Just that's my question. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, Vanessa, we do take graduates with a diploma. We do take them with the CTA, and we actually take people straight out of school. So we have people at varying stages of their articles, and we'll just build you up slowly and get you to your CA. If you're willing to work hard, we're willing to, and you're committed, we will get you your CA and help you.
Thank you, Genevieve. I think that's the only question we have time for
okay.
Colin Brander.
Thank you so much, Alistair.
Great, thank you.
Thank
so
you.
If you don't mind just stopping sharing your screen, and then we'll move on to our next company, which is Deloitte. I personally did my articles at Deloitte, so we'll hand over to the team from Deloitte now.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Alistair. And great to have a former member of our family present and really representing us in such a phenomenal and important way. So ladies and gentlemen, my name is Moahi Mshe. I look after audit graduate recruitment for Deloitte Southern Africa. I've been with the firm for 14 years this year. So it's been quite a journey for me. And the reason why I always say that it's been such a long time that I've remained with the organization is that I've always said that I will actually leave at a point where I feel like I've stopped growing. And to this very day, it hasn't necessarily happened as yet. So who are we? Deloitte is the largest professional services firm in the world. I do say professional services because what we offer is a wide range of services. In fact, when you actually delve deeper into that accolade, we're actually also the world's largest consulting firm throughout the entire globe. We have offices represented in virtually every part of the globe. And indeed, I had the opportunity when I finished my articles to go over to our Detroit office in Michigan, USA, and spend some time working as an auditor there. Quite a lot of fun, quite an interesting time, and it really helped develop and cement my capabilities within the professional services space. I've worked as an audit manager. I've also worked as more in the people space. I've worked as the manager in the office of the CEO, which effectively was his chief of staff, where I got to write his presentations, pull everything together, write speeches for him. It's really quite an exciting time. I've worked as the head of transformation, and indeed now I work as the head of graduate recruitment, which I believe is one of my most important roles, because graduates are critical towards the success of the business. What we always feel is that we need to grow our own talent. We need to make sure that that talent is suitable for the organization, but just as importantly, we want to make sure that we are partners with those individuals in their own success. I recently, actually a few minutes ago, just finished a call with our external communications team that was acknowledging our accolade from Universal as the #1 primary employer as surveyed by students. So for that, I really would like to thank you, because I'm sure some of you would have been involved. Our journey and our focus is in making sure that we walk this student journey with you. While we only take individuals in to start working once they've got their CTA, we walk the journey with them all the way from grade 11 through to their CTA year before they join us, and then indeed continue walking that journey with them throughout their articles. Our intention isn't necessarily to just bring people in who will do their articles and then depart. I'm not referring to Alistair at all. But what we are doing is that we want to actually have a long-term relationship with those individuals. During the course of your articles, you would have the opportunity of actually engaging with anybody from across the world. We've got a wonderful system where you can pretty much figure out what it is that you're passionate about and go ahead and reach out to people in those areas, in those departments, and have an engagement, whether it's sitting down for a coffee with that particular individual to find out more about how that division actually delivers their services and what they really do. Or you can quite simply just go into our intranet, where there's a tremendous amount of information available to you. One of the great challenges that I find students encounter is that they're concerned about going into an audit firm because they're worried that they're only going to use one of their subjects that they would have studied at university. Realistically, audit is one of those that gives you such a broad exposure that you have to be able to actually utilize each and every single element that you would have studied at university. I've had moments where I've had to go back to my first year textbooks and get a little bit closer to logarithmic regression and linear regression in order to be able to provide meaningful engagement with a client and really be able to actually get into that detail as we're required to as auditors. Indeed, I've had to look at my commercial law, particularly when reviewing contracts and going through minutes of meetings to board meetings for large organizations. I've had the opportunity of actually presenting directly to the audit committee, so the board of directors of a particular organization. And indeed, those board of directors were sitting all across the globe. So you really do feel connected, not just to Deloitte itself across the continent, but across the entire globe. And your clients are indeed also global. It provides a unique opportunity for you to actually make that world your oyster and have the opportunity and ability to be able to work wherever you want to. In fact, when I think about it, there's virtually no city or major city around the world where I won't be able to actually find somebody who I perhaps have interacted with or indeed worked with in South Africa who happens to be there, at least for the moment, meaning whatever happens, I've always got a couch to actually crash on if I ever needed to. It's one of those elements where we hold very dear and very important to us. And one of the things that really differentiates Deloitte, we feel, is our culture. Our approach, in fact, to any form of university engagement is really to make sure that you are exposed to our people. And indeed, that's part of the reason why we made sure that sitting on this session today, we have 2 trainees available to actually just tell you a little bit about their experiences. Please make sure you've got a QR code that's sitting in front of you. Again, technology is really driving us forward, and it's a big part of what we do. Please scan the QR code. We'd like you to just fill in some of your information to make sure that we are actually able to connect with you a little bit more after the session, should you need anybody to come through and explain any deeper detail through to you, or should you actually just want to engage and find out more about the profession and the sort of things that you can do. So, Trevor, anything that you would like to add?
Yeah, I'd like to add, being at Deloitte has been fantastic. Talking about the culture, it's been really, really great. I was fortunate that my time at UKZN was really fantastic, creating nice bonds with people like Megan. I think she's on the call now. She'll speak just now. And being a Deloitte student and like UKZN students, really forming those bonds was really, really cool. And the culture coming in as a first year, I didn't feel like I'm just diving into the deep end. I've received lots of help from the second years, the third years, the managers. They're just very, very approachable people, and it's like a family-like environment, especially at the Durban office. Even the work is hectic, but we can go on a Thursday night, enjoy some football matches, and try to build that sort of family culture. So I think Megan will elaborate a bit more on that.
Hi everyone, my name is Megan Harrington, a UKZN alumni. I actually signed with Deloitte in grade 12, so you can basically say it's like my second home now. What I love most about the Deloitte Durban office is the fact that they're always finding ways and methods to build our social interactions. You'll find as future CAs the most important or vital part of who we are is networking. So even now through the COVID-19 pandemic, Deloitte is always finding ways and methods for us to reconnect virtually as trainees in order to develop deeper connections with our fellow colleagues and our business relationships. Coming from UKZN, I would say that as soon as I was in first year, I just dreaded every moment. I thought, oh my gosh, and I was literally counting down the months until I get to do my articles. But honestly, you blink and the journey is over. So I would just encourage everyone to always remember that everything seems impossible until it's done. If I could go back in time, the one thing I would do is actually, the one thing I would do differently is to never doubt my capabilities. So you will have good days, you'll have bad days, there will be a lot of high moments and a lot of low moments, a lot of low marks, and that's just the reality of us being a student, but always use that to better yourself and use it as a room for improvement. And I would encourage everyone to apply for their articles as soon as you can. You'll find when you're sitting in CTA, it's better to know that the next 3 years of your life is secured. So in order to do that, you can just scan the QR code that's on the screen. So you open your camera and then you just put it in front of the QR code and it will scan and it will take you to fill in the Microsoft form where Deloitte can reach out to you. So I just want to wish everyone good luck with wherever you are in your journey. And always just keep pushing and thriving, because before you know it, you'll reach your end goal of being a CA. And I hope to see you all at Deloitte one day. So before we go, Trev and I just have a question. So there's Deloitte's hampers up for grabs for those who answered the question correctly and the first person. So Trevor, you could go first.
Okay, and just to add on what Megan said, I want to wish everyone good luck. I know how it is being a first, second, third, and PGDA students. So if you guys need help, you guys can always reach out to me. Enjoy the journey being a student. You will miss it, miss those long holidays, but once you come as a trainee, you also enjoy it. It's a separate journey. So my question is, I think you guys can just answer it in the chat box, and then the first person to answer it will win the hamper. And yeah, I see a question. I will answer it in the chat box, Fundiswa. So my question is, which former UKZN student is now the chairperson of Deloitte Africa? Which former UKZN student is now the Deloitte Africa chairperson? Not Noisy Bam. I thought it would be an easy question.
I'm surprised nobody's saying me. I'm so hurt.
Controversy, but okay,
We've got it in.
There we go.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, I think she was first.
Yeah, fantastic. So, I mean, the opportunities within the firm are widespread. We primarily we do have audit or graduate programs within our other areas, and you can go to deloitte.com/careers and select ZA or South Africa, and you'll be able to actually find all those other opportunities that exist there.
Okay.
Sorry, Mark. Well, I didn't get the name of the winner.
I think it's on the screen.
Yeah.
On the screen, Humara Musa.
Just one sec. Thank you.
And I suppose I'll just target the one question or one of the questions that came through in terms of what we're looking for. One of the key areas that we're looking for is really a different sort of thinker. Somebody who doesn't necessarily disappear into the background, but is willing to actually put themselves out there. By virtue of being a professional services firm, we want to find people who are going to walk a very long journey with us, and indeed, at some stage, be a part of the partnership and join in as the owners of the business. And indeed, as an owner of the business, you need to also be able to sell the services of the business, but also develop those products that we can actually put out to the market. So entrepreneurial thinking is important. Leadership skills are important. And as you would have seen, community work, because we believe that a well-rounded individual is one that actually considers their academics as being quite important, which is the bare minimum of our requirement, but then also has a whole host of other soft skills and capabilities that have been shown throughout their careers. If you don't have those, then we can work together at actually developing them.
Perhaps if we could just see that QR code one last time without the rest of the screen. I think we had one last question to ask for the students.
Yes, so there's one more question.
I know they're killing me. I know some students are killing me saying it was a hard question. Do you want to do it, Megan?
Okay, yeah, sure. So we all know to be a chartered accountant, you have to do your articles for 36 months, so that's 3 years. But not many people know that to be a registered auditor, there's a couple more months post articles that you have to do. So the question is, how much longer post articles does it take to become a registered auditor? So I think my question was much easier. So 18 months is correct.
The first one.
I don't know if you got the winner.
Yeah, I just can't see the full name.
The first person I get is Sayeshni Indal.
Yeah. Yes, that was the first person. So
Okay,
congrats.
Okay, and then I think I just had one question I wanted to leave. I think it was just, how was the transition from being a student to a trainee? I think it was exciting. I would just say exciting, because I think after PGDA, it's so hard. It's such a hard degree, and then to get that excitement of, you're starting to wear suits or COVID and other ideas, but walking into offices looking like this big important person. So for me, it was absolutely exciting, the transition from being a student to a trainee.
I would have to agree with that.
Great. Thank you to Deloitte and their team. It is wonderful having a presentation from you. I think it's time to move on now. So unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions, but please, if you do have any questions for the Deloitte team, please make sure you type it in the chat or in the question and answer session. We'll then move on to our next presenters from EY with Camo.
Thank you so much, Alesta. Just a moment for me to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much.
You can start your presentation. Perfect.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. I'll start now. So my name is Kamu. I'm Kamugela in full, as Alista has already said. I'm not an auditor or anything. I'm a graduate recruiter in the EY Durban office. On the line, I have my colleague Karishni Kavenda, who's an who's also a grad recruiter in the Joburg office. So what is the purpose at EY? So our purpose at EY actually starts with our people. It starts with you, and we build a better working world. So we start with the people and we develop purpose-driven leaders who contribute to the highest performing teams. And we do this by valuing and leveraging on our differences. And we ask better questions so that they can help us build a better working world. So we know that EY is home and we can accept everyone with different characteristics or different personalities. So what sort of characteristics do we look in an EY professional? So we've got different personalities, we've got different characteristics. So we want you as you are, but we want people who are problem solvers, who are entrepreneurs, who succeeds and fails and take failure as a learning curve, and who are also comfortable with ambiguity. So there's a whole lot of things that we look for in an EY character, in an EY professional. So if any of these on the screen are what you live by or what you feel like they describe you, then you would actually be a perfect person to come to EY. And we also foster a global mindset. What does that mean? We are a global firm. So we prepare our people to actually be able to work anywhere in the globe. So we, after our training, after a CA training contract, we usually send our trainees to go on mobility. So we prepare you during your training shift so that you can be able to work globally and everywhere else. We also have offices in South Africa. We have around in all the provinces except Limpopo and the Free State. So you are not only being trained to work in the region that you work to, but we prepare you to actually be globally prepared to work everywhere else. So coming to our service lines, we do have different service lines. I'm going to put them up on the screen now. So we have assurance service line where our auditors are actually placed, or we put them in the service line. I'll go into detail later on this one, but our next service line is consulting. So a consultant service line is the one that where we help our clients transform their business through technology and innovation. And then the next service line is our strategy and transaction, where we help our clients to reshape their portfolio for a better future. And our last service line is the tax, where we help a business understand and comply with their tax policies. I'll go in detail on our assurance service line on this slide. So we have different departments in the assurance service lines, the way we get your auditing, you got your financial accounting and advisory services, your forensic and integrity services. So in the auditing, we provide independence assurance, supporting strong capital markets and the public interest. And in the FAIRs, we support the financial function by enhancing decision-making and efficiency, and forensic integrity services, which we call it FIS. We protect and restore enterprise and financial reputation. So what are we looking for in a CA trainee, or what do you have to actually join us at EY as a CA? So you must be actually studying towards a CA stream at a CA accredited degree at a CA accredited university. UKZN is one of them. So you must also be studying a relevant CA degree. I think at the UKZN, it's usually you become accounting, or you can also convert later on. So you must also be committed to qualify as a chartered accountant with a strong academic record, and you must also be a South African citizen. This is a CA roadmap that most of you are also already familiar with, but you must, before you go to university, obviously obtain a metric and then study a BCom accounting or equivalent at a SAICA accredited university. You also enter into a 3-year training contract with SAICA and your firm EY. Then you also have to write your 2 board exams, which is ITC and APC, which will pay for them, and also provide you with study leave for those board exams as well. So some of the projects and engagements that we do with our universities, and we're hoping to roll them out to UKZN very soon, are listed on the screen, and I'm going to give you an example with one, which is an ethical ambassador, where we give a certain university a topic, and then the students in a specific level or grade would have to prepare a presentation on that ethical ambassador. Then we would select a top 10 groups, then they would have to come and present to our EY partners or EY panel. Then the winners will also get a prize, and they get to also come and experience dinner with our CEO, or some of them would also get an opportunity to also represent us in other countries as well. We've also had one student who actually went to represent EY abroad, and that was quite an amazing journey as well. So we also have grad initiatives that we also do at the moment. One of them is My Fitness Challenge, which we took to a virtual world because of COVID. We did it online, and we got our student participate in an online fitness classes. We had a specific and dedicated trainers that help a student, and we asked the student to actually post after every exercise that they did, and we had winners for that. We also have TLC calls with assigned students, where a recruiter would give a courtesy call to our science students just to get a sense of how they're doing, how we can help as a firm that they sign with us, and also an update of what is happening at the universities and where we can actually come in as EY to help them. So we also have EY live sessions that we call them Building a Better You. So in these live sessions, we actually get a presenter from EY or from outside to come and actually unpack a topic that we find relevant at that point or at that space, to actually just keep our student calm. A recent one that we did was dealing with cabin fever during the hard lockdown, where a lot of students actually appreciated that, because they felt that they didn't even know what they were going through. But as we unpacked that, it was actually quite nice to actually know how they're going to deal with it. Then the other thing is WhatsApp group. We've got WhatsApp groups with our science students. So if you want to sign with us, or should you want to sign with us, when you sign with us, you're going to get added to a WhatsApp group where you've got where we actually can communicate information to you very easy. And the other thing is live hacks that we also provide to our students. And the other thing that we also ran recently was What Nobody Tells You About article. And that was a live event that was actually held by auditors and one of our audit trainees and one of our audit partners who trained with EY. So we found that was very helpful and very important to just get the people that have been in those shoes to actually tell our students what the journey looks like and what they should expect. So from that, we found very good feedback, and it was very well received, and we hope to get more of these going out in the near future. One of our exciting things that has happened in the EY space. So we've got the first EY Tech MBA, which is absolutely free from EY, and it's quite amazing. You only need to complete 16 EY badges, which are spanning from 3 pillars, which is your technology, leadership, and business. And to get that, what you need to get in an EY badge is you have to do a certain number of learnings to actually get one badge. So it's quite an amazing offer, and it's a free of charge to EY Tech MBA. So if you want to apply for graduate recruitment opportunities, you're welcome to do so. At the moment, we don't have vacation work because of what is currently going on. We've recently had a BEP experience, which was held online, and we're going to have one in the next 3 months. So you're very welcome to just visit our career website and apply for those. Our graduate bursaries are also open. You can also apply for that. And our training you can also apply for all our grad opportunities as well on that website. I'll also drop my email on the chat on the chat box to actually for you guys if you've got any questions. But if you apply for any of our EY grad opportunities, please make sure that you attach your CV, your ID copy, your metric certificate, and your academic transcript to date. So I hope I have covered everything. My colleague is on the line. Karishni, if there's anything I've forgot, you can come on mute and just, but if you want to connect with us, you can also use the details on the screen to also connect with us.
Thank you, Camo, for your presentation there. And thank you for sharing your contact details. If we could direct any questions for EY, please, to the question and answer compartment or to the chat. We'll move on to our next presentation then, and we have KPMG with Crystal.
Hi, yes, let me just put my video on.
Sorry, Camo, if you could just quickly stop sharing your screen.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna put this video on. Please let me know if you can hear it, Alistair.
Oh, sorry, Crystal, we're just waiting for Camo to stop sharing her screen.
Oh, sure.
It looks like my screen is frozen. Give me a moment.
Oh, there we go. It's gone now. So Crystal,
Okay.
You can share your screen now.
Sure. Perfect. Let me know if you can hear it, please.
We can hear you, Crystal. You can go ahead.
Thank you.
Can you share your screen there, Crystal? Or is there a problem?
Is it not sharing?
I know it's not sharing at the moment.
Oh, sorry, man. So you can hear the music, you just can't see what's going on.
No, I can't hear the music.
Oh, sorry, man. Okay, it was a quick video, but let me share this with you. Give me a second, sorry. Technology is not playing the part today. Apologies. Let's try that again.
There, we can see your screen now.
You can see my screen. Okay. Okay.
Please share your sound.
Okay. Sorry, everyone.
I have a video on standby if you want me to share for you.
Can you share that for me?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect, thanks.
Please stop sharing your screen, Crystal.
Right. Perfect. Thanks so much. Let me just share this with you. So thanks everyone for joining us today. I am Crystal Bishop. I am in the HR section for Durban. I handle all the recruitment for the Durban office and assist the other regions. On the line today, I have asked one of the associate directors to give us a little bit of a background on her journey through KPMG and why KPMG. And then straight after that, we've got one of our first year trainees that is going to speak on her journey and how she's progressed from varsity and the transition to a first year trainee. So first up, we've got Marilyn as our associate director. Marilyn, are you on the line?
I am. I'm just trying to get my camera here to work. I hope you guys can see me.
Yep, we can see you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and it's really wonderful to be part of your career fair today. My name, as Crystal said, is Marilyn de Wet, and I'm an associate director in the KPMG office in Durban, and I specialize in external audits. Now, I've been in the profession for more than 25 years, and I know that's probably longer than what most of you are old. So you'd probably ask why I've chosen to be in external audit for so long. And I think the answer is actually quite easy. It's really about the people that I work with every day. When I started my studies, I thought that it was all going to be about numbers and figures, but I soon realized that what we do is actually more focused on people than on figures. And nothing gives me greater pleasure than to help my clients and my staff to find solutions for their complicated problems. And I know you guys are all studying IFRSs, so you know there's lots of those around at the moment that we need to try and manage and find solutions for. So not a single day of mine is ever the same, and I don't have regular month ends that I have to do. And I've had the privilege to work in a number of industries, and some of these over the years have been the automotive industry, manufacturing, higher education, and even public sector. So when it comes to KPMG, the thing that makes us special is really our people. Trainees, managers, and our partners are all part of a special family, and we're bound together by a core set of values that we all live by. And these are showing integrity in everything that we do, focusing on achieving excellence through our work, displaying courage even when we have to share difficult messages, and that happens quite a lot these days, working together as teams. I think we always say, fly alone, you die alone. So for us, working together is very important. And then to make sure that we do not do just our work for the betterment of our firm and our people, but also for the communities around us. And I think a recent example of that was when we had the unrest in KZN, the leadership of the Durban office and the Johannesburg office quickly rallied together, and we actually were able to fly in food parcels to our staff. And that was so much appreciated, especially when everyone was standing in queues and not sure whether they were going to get food or milk for their babies. So that is just part of the things that we do when you become part of our family. And these are the values that we don't just live in South Africa, they're also the values that we live around the world, and doesn't matter where you are in a KPMG office, the values and our audit methodologies are all the same. So we found that over the years, a number of our trainees have been able to apply for work overseas in some of our other KPMG offices. And with the experience that they've gained in our Durban office, we're able to just hit the ground running in these other countries and make successes of their careers there as well. Now, becoming a CA is not always the easiest journey. And I think in recent years, there's been a lot of attacks on our profession. So it's very important for all of us to play our part in making sure that the CA designation is still one that people look up to and value as a business leader. So helping trainees on their way to success is what's really at the core of all of us in the audit division in Durban and around the country. Through coaching and mentoring, we help our trainees to reach their milestones and to also become business leaders that can go out into the market and make their mark in commerce. Crystal will share some of the details with you in terms of how to apply to KPMG, and we hope that you will visit our website today and that you will also chat to our recruiters to see what KPMG can offer you. when you work for us, you're definitely not just a number, and you become part of our family. And that's a family that cares for our people, and we want the best for them. So good luck with your studies, hang in there. The journey is definitely worth it, even though it is a tough journey. And we look forward to engaging with you today and definitely in future as well. I'm going to hand over to Shivashni, who will share a little bit about her journey with you now, and then we'll take questions right after that. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Marilyn. Shivashni, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. I'm just waiting for my video. Okay. Hi, guys. My name is Shivashni Ramlakan, and I am one of the first-year trainees at KPMG. Just not knowing what to expect from the working environment, and I can tell you it's been amazing thus far. A lot of people tend to ask me why I chose KPMG, given the vast number of options that we do have. For me, I was looking for two major things, and that was developing as a professional and of course as a person, but being happy at the place that I was. Ultimately, your training contract is for 3 years, and you don't want to join into a firm where the culture doesn't match the kind of culture that you want to cultivate as a person. And for me, the culture at KPMG has been amazing. The transition from being a CTA student or a graduate to becoming a working professional is never easy. It's exciting, yes, but it is very stressful. You also want to know how are you supposed to now be a fully functioning adult in the working environment, as opposed to when you were studying, just being a student. And having a good environment to have that transition take place is very important. And for me, the transition was very smooth. KPMG ensured that from the beginning of our training contract, we had many training sessions that ensured that we had the necessary skills to go out and actually work on engagements. We learned how to use their software, how to use certain of our IT hardware and software, as well as we learned how to engage with others, be it whether it was people in our audit team or people within the client. It's very important to know how to behave as a professional, to know what to do, how to communicate, etc. And I'm very happy to announce that KPMG has trained us. So they never threw us in that deep end and just told us to swim. That was very important for me because it felt like we always had resources available to us. And it means that ultimately KPMG cares. It's a big firm, so there's always opportunities for development. We always developing further. If I look back at where I was 6 months ago, as opposed to the stuff that I'm able to complete in the work and tasks that I'm able to do now, it's a really big difference. So I think ultimately, the biggest thing that I picked up from KPMG and that I am very happy with is the kind of culture that they cultivate. Like I said, it's very important. And to me, it was really a selling point. That's it from me.
Thanks so much, Shivashni. Like Shivashni and Marilyn have touched on, KPMG is a family. We pride ourselves in having that family relationship with our employees, and we like to see you grow. So on the screen, we've got all our networks that we are active on. And right now, I'm just going to chat to you a little bit about the application process, the bursary process, and answer any questions that you guys might have. So we are an international firm. We have offices in 152 countries, well, 152 offices, should I say, around the world, 4 of those being in South Africa, in Durban, Johannesburg, Cape Town, and PE. We are recruiting from grade 11 all the way up till CTA years, and that is across the board for all the offices. The applications you can apply online at our website, which is joinkpmg.co.za, and follow the careers banner. Our bursary applications are also done online. We offer students who are signed with us. So if you are looking for a bursary, you can sign up for a bursary as well as a contract at the same time. They are two separate contracts. So if you do not get a bursary, it does not hamper your training contract that you have signed with us. We do encourage people to follow our website because although that's where the applications are, there's a lot more information on our website around what we do, our service offerings. We're not just an external audit, although I had two representatives from external audit chat to you today. We do have other service lines, such as your digital consulting and your advisory section, your tech assurance, you've got your forensics, we've got tax, we've got internal audit and risk. So there's a vast number of other different avenues that you can go into. So please do go and have a look at our website. And then with regards to VAC work, we do offer VAC work even during these COVID times. We are adaptable, we're always changing, so it is very much a virtual world, but we still do offer it twice a year. There is the June-July VAC work program, and then we also have it during the December and January sessions. And that is paid for, so you are getting paid as well as learning at the same time. So it is a great initiative. And it is not just for people who are signed with KPMG. You can do the VAC work program if you are not signed with KPMG as well. Last thing I'd like to just touch on is when you join the KPMG family, we look after you not just from a personal point of view and an HR point of view, but also through the learning and development. We have a huge learning and development program, so we will upskill you anything from Word and Excel all the way up to all your Clara training. So yeah, we are definitely looking forward to connecting with you. If you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat box. And I will also put my email address on there directly. I deal with the KZN recruitment, but we do have some of our other office recruiters on the line as well. So if there are any queries around different regions, I'll either respond to you and get you the right contact details, or one of the other recruiters will be in touch with you. So thank you so much for the time. I'm sorry for the technical issues we had in the beginning. I do have 3 questions that I'd like to ask if I still have time. We have 3 Woolworths vouchers. Alistair, do we have time to do those questions?
Yeah, no, definitely we have time for the 3 questions.
Fantastic. So it will touch on a little bit of what I've chatted about, as well as the video. My first question, and they are 3 questions. There will be Woolies vouchers at the value of 400 Rand each. My first question being, our values are our foundation of everything that we do and every action that we take. So we have 5 values. I would like to see who pops up first in the chat box with at least 3 of those values. So if we could please have 3 values. I can't see the chat box. So Alistair, has anyone popped up with?
We've got 3 values from Skona Dlamini: integrity, yep, excellence, and courage.
Fantastic. I'm not sure if everyone can see that on my screen. I actually have the values behind me. So that was a clue, but yeah, well done, well done. Okay, my next question. KPMG isn't just an auditing firm. Name 2 other service lines that we offer. Has anyone popped up, Alistair?
Yes, we've got Nonkobeko Shlongwa, who says assurance and tax.
That's good. Yep. Assurance being tech assurance. That is correct. We'll accept it. And my last question, KPMG has 4 offices in South Africa. Where are those offices?
Sorry, let me just find the first person to answer that one. You're looking for all 4 places, Crystal?
All 4 places, please.
Okay, so the first one seems to be Trevin Chetty, Durban, Johannesburg, Cape Town, and PE.
That is correct. Fantastic. If I could please have those 4 details, email addresses, so that I can get those vouchers through to those students. And thanks again, everyone, for your time. I will be available until the end of the session for any questions that you guys might have.
Thank you, Crystal, and your team. For those of you who may have recognized her, Sivashni was the management accounting and financial management tutor on the Pietermaritzburg campus last year. So it's good to see her moving along so swiftly in her career. With that, I think it brings us to the end of the morning session, and I will now hand over to my colleague Shane for the afternoon session.
Thank you for that, Alistair. Okay, welcome everyone once again, and we will now commence with the afternoon session. And once again, I think the presenters from the morning session have been exceptional, together with the questions that have been provided by the students and answered. I think that was very, very well done. Hazel, I just want to confirm if my video is actually on. I can't see it on my side.
Yes, everything is
okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, so we're pretty much halfway through our presentation for today, or our program. And just to go over the sort of procedure once again, okay, guys, when presenters are asking the question, okay, raise your hands once the question's actually asked. It just makes it a bit easier to pick up and save some time. Okay, if it is requested by the presenter to put your answers in the chat, then we will look over that as well. All right. Before we get on to our first speaker for the afternoon session, I've noticed that none of our presenters have actually asked any technical questions just yet. So guys, just on that note, I'm just keeping this on hand for the time being. All right. Okay, that's just a little joke. Obviously, it's a nice, relaxed environment. So what we can actually take from our presenters from today, guys, is essentially, we know about the educational aspects of becoming a chartered accountant and going to your articles, etc. But guys, we actually have with us present some of the best financial and accounting minds in the country, if you'd like to call it that. And I think some questions can actually be based on their experiences and what you can actually expect during articles. Okay, with that, our first speaker for the afternoon session is from Mazars, and it's Esevani Munsami. Esevani, I'll hand over to you.
Hi, Shane and Alistair. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to allow us to present Mazars to the students today. I'm in HR. I'm joined by Val, who's our audit manager, and we have a first-year trainee, Anesa, who will share her experience about Mazars with us. Just a little bit about Mazars. We are an international audit, tax, and advisory firm. We were founded in Europe over 75 years ago. We have presence in 86 countries. I'll just share a presentation with you. Okay. So we do have presence in over 86 countries and growing quite quickly. A strong presence in Africa as well. In South Africa, we have around 10 offices across the provinces with over 1,000 staff. So our office is based in Umhlanga Ridge. We did move to our new offices amidst the pandemic last year. I feel that we are based in an area where it's quite popular for students, clients, and just close to the greater Durban area. I'll hand over to Val, who will tell us more about the training contract and the process of applying to Mazars. Thank you.
Thanks, Essay. Hi, everyone. I'm Val. I'm an audit manager. I completed my articles at Mazars Johannesburg and stayed with Mazars when I relocated to Durban. I've grown exponentially since my very first day at Mazars, and what I love about my job is that the opportunities and growth is endless. So a little bit more about us. As you can see, our behavioral charter is up. We are client-centric. We focused on our people. Wellness is important to us. We have an employee wellness tool for all employees called ICAS. We offer an annual vaccination, flu vaccinations, and medical aid. So for the ladies, we have a women empowerment program called Mazars Monarchs. We also care for our communities, and the CSI work we do involves sponsorship of IT equipment to schools, community projects to care bursary partner, and pro bono audits. Behaviors is one pillar which we would want you to embody, as we all do at Mazars, is communication, ownership, professionalism, teamwork, learning, and innovation. I think within the audit team, these are quite important qualities, as you will be working closely with senior trainees, managers, and partners. We aim to recruit well-rounded students who express commitment to their studies, in addition to actively developing skills that you would utilize in a working environment. Some of these skills are attention to detail, time management skills, effective communication, resilience, and stress management. Moving over to our clients. So we have a client base ranging from small owner-managed businesses to large and listed clients. The industries vary from manufacturing, construction, investment holdings, doctor partnerships, retail, and hospitality. So you'll see that we are big enough firm. Big enough to compete and small enough to recognize potential and nurture growth. We offer more responsibility and ability to add value at an early stage of your training contract. We offer international opportunities, which is generally at the end of your third year. These contracts are usually 3 to 6 months, so you'll be seconded to a Mazars office overseas. And so far, we've sent our people to London, Amsterdam, Singapore, Australia, and Ireland. I'm now going to hand you over to Aneza. She's in the first year of her psycho training contract with us, and she'll share a bit more on her experience thus far.
Hello, well, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Aneza and I'm a first year trainee at Mazars. I'm originally from East London and I took the big step to relocate to Durban for my articles. The jump from studying to the workplace was a hurdle I anticipated to be challenging. And the fact that I was also moving to a new city further made me feel more anxious. But because of the mentorship and support I received from Mazars, I was able to navigate the new environment and the changes in my life. Mazars is a learning place. We have a very strong technical division, which assists with audit-related issues. We have an open plan office and open door policy with our partners. Whatever issues you may have, everyone is approachable regardless of the position, or rather their position. Mazars is also an adaptable firm. I was interviewed virtually during the pandemic. At times, we are put under pressure, but we receive sufficient guidance to alleviate the pressure. In the 6 months that I've been at Mazars, I've been given the opportunity to work with different people, and these interactions have added and assisted in developing my professional skills and my general life skills. In a nutshell, my experiences thus far have helped me move into the right direction to achieve my career goals. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to our team from Mazars. Students, any questions? So Esivani, I'm not sure if you're still speaking. Okay, it's Q&A time. Anyone, any questions for our speakers? Okay, guys, you can raise your hand if you wish to have a live question and answer.
Okay.
I have a hand. Bonita's hand. Shane?
Hi. I just want to ask that what's the requirement, and also may I ask do they take students from UNISA and whatnot who are doing that undergrad while they're pursuing CTA, or they just take students who have CTA only? Thank you.
Okay. To answer that question, yes, we do take UNISA students as well. We have in the past and currently do have students who are completing their CTA. So yes, to answer your question, we do take on students doing their CTA.
I see there is a question in the chat box for us to, well, a comment for us to share our contact details for bursary and vacation work, which we would do. Are there any other questions?
Hi, Val. I don't think there's any other questions except for the request for the contact details on the website. We can put that into the chat or the question and answer.
Okay, I have two questions. So this is for our prize giveaway. You can get into the chat box to answer. So the first question is, I did mention a few places we had seconded our staff to. Can anyone name at least one place? Oh, there's a lot of people. The first person, Mohammed Vahid. When we share our email address, please contact us with your details for us to send through the prize giveaway. And then guys, the next question is, would you be able to name 2 things you learned from our behavioral charter? Integrity, diversity. Humaira Musa. Okay, you as well. Please just send us your details to receive your prize. Essay will provide her email address in the chat box. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Val, and the team from Mazars.
Okay. Just to add, if the students, please follow us on social media. Please tag, you could tag Hi Mazars Durban, hashtag UKZN, and there will be a random draw for tagging Mazars on all social media platforms as well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Essay.
Thank you, Shane, and thank you to the team for organizing. Please feel free to email me any further questions which you may have, and we'll try and answer that.
Okay, perfect. Thanks once again. Hey, guys, again, if you have any chat specific to the Mazars team, you can put that in the chat facility or the Q&A facility at the bottom of your screen. Okay, and we are going to move on to our next speaker, and this is Yurisha Sarju from Moore.
Hi. Good day, everyone. Thank you to the staff at UKZN for all of their efforts towards hosting this virtual Accounting Professions Day. During these uncharted times, it's excellent to see that the university is still going beyond to assist graduates to reach their goals, which will result in a stronger economy for us. To all the students online today, well done on taking the first steps towards a brighter future for yourself. I'm sure that you've all been captivated by the speakers before me, and I hope to do the same and provide you guys with some insight into our firm called Moore. My name is Yurisha Sarju. I'm an Associate Director at Moore Midlands. Available on our chat forum today are my fellow colleagues. We have Letitia Subramaniam, an Associate Director here and Head of our Audit Division. She is in charge of all of our psycho trainees. We have Sherilyn David, Manager of our Accounting Officer Division. She's in charge of all of our cyber trainees. And we have Sumen Naidu, who is Head of our Consulting Division. They are here and able to answer any questions or provide you with any guidance that you require. They also have 2 500 Rand Take-A-Lot vouchers that are burning a hole in their pockets. So keep that in mind as we start our presentation today.
You're going to change the world here.
I think the biggest value that you're delivering is a relationship.
We form a part of Moore Global, and we have 240 independent firms and 547 offices in 113 countries. Our network has been operating in South Africa since 2003. We currently have 13 member firms and 16 offices that form a part of our Moore South Africa network. We are one of the top mid-tier accountancy and consulting networks on the African continent. Not only do we manage audit, we also deal with tax matters for multinational operations. We also support entrepreneurs, high net worth individuals, and SMEs with all their audit, financial, tax, and business advisory requirements. Our service offerings range from audit and assurance, employee support and payroll, IT consulting services, tax investigations, and wealth management, just to name a few. As previously mentioned, we have 16 offices across South Africa. These offices, our offices based in KwaZulu-Natal are Moore Durban, which is situated across from Ushaka Marine World with their beautiful harbour views. And secondly, Moore Midlands, which is nestled in the scenic Victoria Country Club estate in Pietermaritzburg. Each of our 13 member firms situated in South Africa have listed our career opportunities for trainees. My 3 colleagues will be posting this up on our chat forum, along with the link to our portal, where you will be able to see our vacancies on offer and also have the ability to apply directly, making our application process simple and easy to navigate through. We have taken the idiom straight from the horse's mouth very literally, and we've asked one of our first-year trainees, William Squires, to give you an insight into articles thus far with us here at Moore Midlands.
Hi guys, my name's William. I'm from Moore Midlands. I'm a first year trainee. So guys, I'm in audit. I audit companies. Our companies range from investment property to manufacturing. We have a great team. Everybody's encouraging and motivating. It just makes you want to be a better part of yourself. Our managers are really supportive, helping us in every aspect that we need. What makes it even better is that we sit with the most breathtaking views, making it one of the more serene environments to work in. I've really enjoyed my time at the firm this far, and I'm really looking forward to what the next few years hold for me.
Some background information on William. He studied CTA part-time with us while he commenced his first year of articles with us in 2020. He passed his ITC exam in June this year and is currently preparing for his APC exam. Some benefits of joining our Moore family. Our departments consist of smaller groups of trainees, thus training and development is geared more towards a one-on-one basis. Our firms invest in our employees' personal and academic well-being, and this is through our own learning and development platform called Talent and Growth, referred to as TAG. This has assisted us tremendously during COVID. We've all been working from home, but our staff are still able to participate in training as all our training sessions are online. We pride ourselves on an open door policy, which allows employees at any level to approach partners, directors, or managers and communicate directly with them. We create an environment that allows our trainees to gain exposure to many other areas and not just limiting our staff to auditing and accounting experience. We have a diverse client portfolio, therefore our trainees have greater exposure to different industries, which is advantageous during post articles. We recognize the efforts and dedication made by our trainees, which creates opportunities for rapid career progression. We interview so many wonderful candidates yearly, and we understand that our interview might be the first that you've ever been for. So here are a few tips that can get you through the daunting process. One of the most important aspects of an interview is your body language. Firstly, don't forget to smile at us. We are excited to meet you and eagerly awaiting to assist you in your career progression. Make eye contact with us. This shows us that you are engaging with us and that you are interested in this opportunity and you want to be a part of our Moore family. Sit comfortably, no slouching, just be comfortable. It helps to show us your confidence. This provides us with affirmation that you are ready to embark on this next chapter in your career journey. Research your career. Chat to fellow chartered and professional accountants prior to your interview with us. Come prepared with questions that you require clarity on. This shows us that you have initiative. It shows us that you have passion and drive and that you invested in your future, which will encourage us to hire you and invest in your career development. With that being said, try not to come across as being too rehearsed. I know it feels like there's no winning with me here, but when you come across as being rehearsed, you come across as being a bit fake. And you always need to be true to who you are. So back to my previous point, just be comfortable with us. You will be spending the next 3 years with us, so be yourself from day one. One of the next don'ts is too much face touching during an interview, but due to COVID, I'm positive that that will not be happening anytime soon. In closing, I would like to quote the late President Nelson Mandela and leave you with a few encouraging words to help you through your academic career. We've all been where you are today and understand the struggles that you experience. Hold on to these words and allow it to fuel your engine. Education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that a child of farm workers can become the president of a great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another. Thank you all for your time. Our floor is now open to any questions that you may have for us.
Thank you, Yurisha. Spaniso, I think you have your hand up that you can unmute yourself and ask Yurisha your question.
Hi, I just want to ask you something. Do you take students who have diplomas, national diplomas, and who has intentions to do cycle routes? For example, let's say you're coming from Mangosu, MUT or DUT, and you want to pursue your advanced diploma via UNISA, and you're willing to do a cycle route. Do you take those students, or you just take students who already have advanced diploma or degrees coming from other universities, like a traditional university? Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Okay, I'll answer that in the meantime. So if you have a diploma, that means you currently will be signing up for a 5-year articles with us, and that will be in that period of time, you will be studying towards your degree, which is accredited by SAICA. So yes, we do take 5-year trainees. Is that okay?
And, oh, sorry.
No, it's fine.
Thanks, Ken. Sponiso, we have Simangele Mangele, who has her hand up also. Thanks.
Hi. So I have a question. So do you guys take students who have like majored in accounting and economics?
Are you willing to
do pure accounting?
Sure. Are you going the SAICA route or the SAIPA route?
I'm going the SAICA route. So I'm thinking of doing my honors in financial management next year when I'm done, because definitely I cannot major in financial accounting since I'm under general.
Okay, you got to remember that you have to be studying towards a SAICA accredited degree. So that's the only issue. Letitia, I think you can maybe elaborate a little bit.
Please.
Hi, Simangele. This is Letitia. Yes, that's correct. You need to be studying towards a SAICA accredited degree for us to have you registered with us as a SAICA trainee. So what you can do is I can take your email address from here and I can get in contact with you to advise you on the process, given that you're already studying something different.
Okay.
Okay, all right, I've got you. Okay, is it lufundo@ukzn.ac.za?
Please repeat.
Is it lufundo@ukzn.co.za?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions, or can we ask 2 questions?
I think you can go ahead and ask your questions, Yurisha.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so like Yurisha said, we have 2 prizes up for grabs. The first question is, we're just testing your Googling skills. So let's go. South Africa was ranked first in the auditing profession for a number of years and aims to regain this position. Which was the last year South Africa was ranked first in the auditing profession? First to answer in the chat group. I haven't seen the correct one come through yet. Sherilyn is assisting us in the chat group. So as soon as we get a winner, please let us know.
Letitia, we do have one already.
Yes, we have a winner. And who is our winner, Sherilyn?
Sorry, Letitia. There's
Is it
some responses coming through.
Is it Mr. Ngomo? Is it Oholako Ngomo?
I'm just quickly checking on our side here.
That's correct.
That's the first one I see.
Yes, that's the first one I saw also.
Yay, well done. So the answer is 2016. So what you need to do is be in contact with Shane, and we will then contact him for your details.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Letitia, before we get to the next question, students, if you have been identified as a winner of a prize by our presenters, please contact Ms. Hazel Langa directly for your details to be passed on. Okay.
Okay, great. Okay, so again, our winner is Oholako Ngoma. Well done. We have one more question coming up, and Sumen will ask that question.
Letitia.
Hi, Hazel.
Please note that name. I can't keep up.
Okay, I'll take a screenshot.
Yeah, then I'll be able to find the contact details for you.
Okay, I've got it, Hazel. Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, guys. Hope everyone is doing well. For the second question for this afternoon, I'm sure you guys were listening attentively with Yudisha's presentation. What is the name of our online learning academy? What is the name of our online learning academy?
Wow, we've got a winner. But I think maybe we need to get the full name. Can you give us the full name of the academy? Or do you want to give it to whom? Is it Homera?
Homera.
Okay, let's give it to Homera. Okay, got it here. Okay, thanks, Hazel. We've got the winner. So the winner is Homera Musa.
Congratulations to the winners.
Okay, thanks everybody for participating.
Letitia.
Hi, Hazel.
Please share that with me offline,
Yes.
and then that I can get you the contact details.
Okay, I'll do that now. Thanks, Hazel.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Hey, thank you everyone for that excellent presentation from Moore. Right, guys, again, you can ask your questions directly to the presenters via the chat group as well as the Q&A section below. Okay, so next in line, our next presentation is from Nexia, SAB&T, right? And as far as I'm aware, SAB, guys, before you ask the question, SAB does not stand for South African Breweries, but I'll leave it to our next speaker, Mr. Yusuf Musa, to confirm that. Okay, Mr. Yusuf Musa, you can take over.
Thank you, Shane. I trust you can all see me. And I've started sharing. Just let me know when it can be seen.
All's well, Yusuf. Thank you.
Thank you once again to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We all have experienced our days there. So I'm Yusuf Musa with Next SAB&T, Director for KZN, for the KZN office. I think we take this as a huge step in terms of the way moving forward in terms of where we are currently with the pandemic and the result of a few weeks ago. So I applaud the UKZN for taking this and bringing it to us wherever we may sit. So with that having been said, I'd just like to start off with a short video of one of our directors. That is one of our directors in forensic audit, and that was under the hashtag Greysuit Demystified, and that was, we've passed that through the necessary social media in terms of creating an awareness in terms of who we are. But in terms of overall, let's start off with about. In terms of Next SAB&T, as a firm that has been founded in 1994 with 27 years in audit experience, various. With the nine offices throughout the country, that's in every province we have a representation with a fully fledged office. We are the 8th largest audit firm in South Africa, with over a team of 500 team members across the country responding to various types of work. And there's a team of 35 directors. We are a level 1 BE contributor, and we believe this is fundamental to our offering in terms of what we need to offer to the country as a whole. Our professional reach, as we can see on screen, is from SAICA, IRBA, in terms of the registrations that we hold, in terms of the institutions, in the Institute of Internal Auditors, ISACA, the Institute of Risk Management, ACFE is your certified fraud examiners. So those are some of the various registrations we hold, and that also includes the staff that and the team members that are on the ground that hold these registrations with these specific entities. In terms of our global reach, we are a member of the Nexa International firm. So that is where the necessary work from across the world for SA does come through to us in terms of this arrangement. And that is borne by the brand promise, which is closer to you. Having said that, I'm on this call just to show you that it's from the ground up in terms of the trainees accessible to us all in terms of the directives throughout every office. And the hashtags that we promote in terms of closer to you is that we are closer to the staff as well as our clients at all the different levels. And that I take you into our services and capabilities. So business advisory services, to just name a few: asset management, the forensic investigations, turnaround, restructuring, insolvency under the consulting space. Under audit, the normal statutory audits, internal audits, the IT audits, etc. Under accounting, we have a specific division for this, as well as the necessary accounting, reporting, recons, financial statement preparations are all conducted. Taxation as well, necessary under that, the complex tax laws in this country, there the necessary is performed under that division. Risk management and advisory, specifically related to those areas in compliance. And then there's automation and digitization, that is on the various developments which are done in-house, as well as the use of robotics in our day-to-day. Moving on in terms of road to certification, with regard to the SAICA route, become honors CTA, and then moving into your three-year internship with the firm. Then during those years, your ITC and APC, which will then result in a qualified chartered accountant. We also offer the IAT in terms of the Institute of Internal Auditors for those that are studying that route. It's a 3-year internship. You will write your technician exams, and then once those are qualified or you pass those, then you get a certificate in internal auditor, registered with the institute, as well as we have the IT apprenticeship, which is also a 3-year program, registered under ISACA, which will then, once that exam is completed, you will be a certified information system auditor. Basically, some of these terms that are on screen, you would find from the studies that you have done, and I'd just like to just touch on it, just to explain theory to practice. So where there is the necessary in terms of talking about understanding environment, governance, risk of an organization, the IT, basic understanding of IT environment, the control environment, the auditing against methodology, with the use of assertions and providing a conclusion, reporting on the findings, recommendations to control weaknesses. Those are the terms which you would have heard of, and you would write in those exams, and part of your necessary progression through the years. You would have come accustomed to all of these terms and understanding. So those are the terms used in practice, and these are expanded on in further detail in the necessary with regard to the approved methodology that is in place, which takes into the necessary in terms of where CATs are required, where they aren't, and data analytics, etc., etc. So that was just to touch on what you have learned, you will be able to practice upon. Just like you to take you through as a virtual tour, so on a video. In terms of the recruitment process, that is through our website. It is indicated on screen. That is, you can apply via the formal application process. There's a shortlisting criteria that will be met, and then there will be a formal interview that would be either through Zoom or Teams, dependent on the time, whether we can, depending on the level of lockdown. And then there's a final appointment. We are currently open for applications, so please do apply. In conclusion, we are a multidisciplinary audit and consulting firm. Our firm and staff are registered with the relevant professional bodies while they serve time with us. So the formal 3-year internship program and Road 2 certification is in place. Just to note, today, there are 8 directors that have started their articles with Nexia SABNT straight from university. So we look forward to making you one of the next. Look forward to that. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for that, Mr. Yusuf Musa. We'll take a few questions from the students now. Before the students ask the question, may I ask a question to you quickly?
Sure.
Your directors seem to be some of the happiest people I've seen during lockdown. How do we apply to be directors at SABNT?
Call me Shane. No, but seriously, as I had mentioned, the important thing is that we are as one with the staff and the resources that we employ. So through the various interventions, so one is learning and development, as well as the wellness programs that we have in terms of managing to deal with the stress and the trauma, etc., that has resulted in this. And through the process of COVID and the pandemic, it further brought us together. And that's why we so strongly believe in one of our hashtags that we promote is unlimited potential that each one of us have and how we can contribute.
Thank you so much for that, Yusuf. I think we got a question. I think what you also answered quite well. Some students had some queries regarding taking the internal audit route. And I think that's just something, it's good for students to know that there's other prospects outside of actual just external audits. But we have a question from Lungelo Dlamini via the chat. And they asked, what are the personal characteristics that employees of SABNT have?
Thanks. So employees should be one of, firstly, the personal attitude is critical in terms of one that is willing to do. The dedication and commitment is critical. So in terms of the professionalism, that is, we understand through your years of studying, you have understood the necessary and to provide that professionalism in speech, in communication, and characteristics of communicating with each other, and that is critical. So, for example, my door is constantly open at the office. Where there is anything, you can come to me at first. You don't need to necessarily go through a manager. So it is at the end of the day, the commitment and dedication to ensuring that you reach your target, which is the qualification of your preference, which is either IAT, SAICA, accredited CASA, whichever we offer that we can assist with. So those are some of them. I do see a question in terms of SABNT. Those are the founding members of the firm, and those have been incorporated to ensure that it's personalized and it remains part of the firm.
Thank you for that, Mr. Musa. We don't seem to have any further questions from the students, but I have seen a few. I think they probably missed sort of, parts of the presentation. If you would be so kind as to put up the contact details once again in the chat and the Q&A, we'd really appreciate that.
Sure.
And thank you to the SABNT team for the presentation today. Take care. Hey, everyone, once again, you can put up your questions that you may have in our chat facility as well as the Q&A. Okay, and we're going to move on to our next presentation today, and this is from Ngubane and Co. And our speaker is Samukelesiwe Ndokweni.
Good day, everyone. Can everyone hear me before I even continue?
Yes, we hear you perfectly, Samu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just share my screen quickly. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, we can. You can start the slideshow.
Okay, please just hold on for me. Okay, please just give me a minute. Okay, firstly, Ngubane and Co was established in 1995. We have over 25 years of experience. We are an 89% Black-owned firm with over 250 professional staff, and we have offices in 7 provinces. We also participate in the professional bodies that are listed there. It's IRPA, ACFIM, IIA, ISACA, and SAICA. We offer services for internal audits, external audits, business consulting, IT audits, forensic investigation, and accounting and tax services. Most people will ask why join Ngubane & Co. Firstly, our values are our brand. We recently rebranded the company and we came up with new values which best describe our firm and our culture. Our new values, it's people, sustainability, integrity, innovation, and collaboration. And students can look them up on our website. I will then pass on to Happiness, who is my colleague, who will then elaborate more on the HR matters and our recruitment processes. And before I give over to her, if any of you guys have questions, please just type them on the Q&A tab and we'll respond to them accordingly. Thank you. Happiness, you can take over.
Samge, please unmute. We cannot hear the presenter.
Okay, Happiness, can you?
Yes, we have not heard from Happiness, but we can see the presentation.
Okay, Happiness, if you can hear me, can you please just unmute and just continue with the recruitment process? Okay, I think Happiness seems to be having a problem. I will just continue with the presentation. For job openings, at the beginning of every year, we place trainees in different services in line towards their articles. We normally advertise our job openings and article applications on our website, newspapers, peanuts, and on our LinkedIn pages. So I think at the moment we are busy with recruitment and setting up interviews for our trainees intake for 2022. And students can send their CVs and academic records along with their qualifications to the email address that is on the presentation, dbnhr@ngubane.co.za, or they can contact our office line on 031-307-4794 for further clarification, or they can visit our website, which is www.ngubane.co.za. They can also visit our Facebook page, which is Ngubane & Co, and also on LinkedIn, it's Ngubane & Co, as well as Twitter, which is @Ngubane_Co. I will then like to close our presentation, and whoever has questions, please again write them down on the Q&A so that I can respond to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Samukelisiwe. Okay, students or everyone in attendance, if you do have your questions, you can put it down into the chat. I think that's how Ngubane & Co would prefer to answer your questions, right? Okay, so we will move on to our next presentation now, and this is from PKF, okay? And with us today, we have Ali White. Ali, if you'd like to take over.
Great, thank you so much, Shane. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Amazing, thank you. All right, everyone, we are so excited to be here today. Thank you so much to UKZN for having us. As Shane said, my name is Ali. I'm in charge of graduate recruitment at PKF Durban. With me, I also have Bridget. Bridget is in charge of recruitment at PKF Octagon, which is in Johannesburg. We also have Renee, who is our HR manager at PKF Durban, as well as Kelly, who is our marketing manager for PKF South Africa. So if you have any questions throughout our presentation or at the end of our presentation, please feel free to just pop them in that Q&A box or in the chat. I'm very confident that one of us will be able to answer your questions. We also do have 2 500 Rand Take-A-Lot vouchers that we're going to be giving away at the end of our presentation. So make sure you stick around for that and keep your ears open. But without further ado, let's begin. So PKF are actually a global firm. We are in the top 14 accounting network brand globally. We have over 480 firms that comprises of 20,000 staff members in 150 countries. And what this means for you is fantastic worldwide PKF Go secondment opportunities. Now zooming in a bit to where we are, which is PKF South Africa, we have 9 firms here in 5 provinces that comprises of over 950 employees. Of this, we have over 70 partners and directors and over 370 accounting trainees, of which we are hoping you will be a new one. So why PKF South Africa? This is probably the question that you are thinking. So together we are a national team who fully embrace and live our values. As I said before, we offer fantastic secondment opportunities after your training contract to any of our worldwide network firms. We have consistent training and development, including conferences. We know how important it is to continuously keep up to date with things and to educate. We also have a diverse set of clients that are in a vast array of industries and many different sizes. So this means you're going to easily be able to complete your competency hours for SAICA. Our firm location. So as I mentioned, we have 9. So we have PKF Cape Town, which is in Tiger Valley, Bellville, as well as PKF Constantia Valley, Cape Town, who are situated in Deep River, Cape Town. Then in PKF Durban, where we are now, we actually have 2 offices here. We have in Umhlanga and in Amanzimtoti. Then we have PKF George, PKF Octagon, who are situated in Waverley, Johannesburg, PKF Port Elizabeth, PKF Pretoria, PKF VGA, which is in Alberton, East Rand, and PKF Welkom. So what kind of article types do we offer? So CIPA articles are offered at PKF Durban, PE, VGA, and George. And then SAICA articles are offered at all of our other 9 firms. Qualification. So I've heard this question come up quite a bit. So what do you need in order to apply to come to us? So we consider candidates who are qualified in accounting. So you either need to be studying towards or have finished your BCom or BCom accounting, and then you will also need to complete your honours year. They obviously call different things depending on the university. So here at UKZN, it is your PGDA, which you will also need to complete. Some of our firms do allow you to work and study at the same time. So I would suggest just contacting them to find out if that is something that you would like to do. Then training contract. So what is now this 3-year training contract articles that you have to now do after you've spent 4 very long years studying? So your 3-year training contract is accredited by SAICA, and it is your practical component towards becoming a CASA. So you have obviously spent all this time learning all the theory and knowledge and studying really hard, and now you're going to finally be able to apply that knowledge and put it into practice during your articles. Learning and development. So as I said before, this is a really big one and very important to us. So as soon as you arrive at PKF and you're a first year, we're going to put you straight into our freshers course, which is just going to really help you out, get you sorted. We're not just going to throw you in the deep end and yeah, to start you out. And then you'll also have constant training throughout your 3 years, including 2 weeks of audit training, so that when you leave at the end of your 3 years, you are very well-rounded. As well as all of that, you're also always going to have a 2nd and 3rd year, as well as a manager to learn from. This is just because we really want you to have that opportunity to learn from all different levels and have that constant support throughout your articles. All right, so applying for PKF. These are our different firms and the direct email addresses. So if you want to take out your phone, you can take a quick little snap. But what we need you to please send us is your CV, a copy of your ID, and then your full academic record. And this does include your matric certificates. If you would prefer, you can also scan our QR code, which is up here. That will take you directly to the website listed, which also gives you the opportunity to apply online, as well as find out any other information about our training contracts. At the bottom there, you can also see our socials. So we have PKF Experience on Facebook and on Instagram, and then our LinkedIn is PKF South Africa. That is actually it from us. I will just go back to that page in case you want to take a quick pic. But please put up your hand and ask a question if you have one. Great, thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Ali. I believe you have questions for the students. Would you prefer them to answer in the chat facility or speak to you live? Raise their hands.
I think we'll do the chat if that's okay. So I have a question and Bridget has a question. I'll go first. Let's see if everyone was listening. So first person to write that correctly on the chat, what is our Instagram handle? Can win a 500 Rand Take a Lot voucher. Nope. There we go. Got it. That was Mohammed. Oh, they're still coming in. Sorry, I lost it. Alice. Oh no. Did you manage to see that, Shane?
I think it's Mohammed Wyatt.
I think it's, yes, it is Mohammed Wyatt.
Congrats, Mohammed.
Yes, Mohammed.
Quick fingers. Amazing. All right, Bridget's going to ask the next question for another Take a Lot voucher.
So what is our secondment opportunity called?
Very good question. No Freshers is our introductory course when you first join. It was on my first slide.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, I see it.
I think it's Christabel Pillay.
Yes.
Congrats, Christabel. No, actually, it's a condiment go. Wait, did she say condiment go? Apologies.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Christabel, it's not the right one. Close though.
There is a correct one from Krithan.
I think that's Krithania.
Krithania, sorry, I'm missing the A there, but that looks correct.
Congrats, Krithania.
Amazing, guys. So UKZN will contact you and just get your details and forward them on to us, and then we will be in touch to give you those vouchers. Congrats.
Renee, did you get the surname?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Yes, I'm here.
No, the winner.
Oh, yes, we've got the winner's details. And write it down.
Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Did we write them down? Okay, great. Are there any other questions? I think we might have time for one. I'm not sure, Shane.
I'm just trying to go through the Q&A here.
No, we don't have Shane. We need to move on to Investec.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, Hazel, for that reminder. All right, to the...
Hi, Hazel. Sorry, I am back. I managed to get back on. It's Serena from PwC.
Oh, you are back, Serena.
I managed to sort out my issues.
Okay, because you had issues earlier, so we had offered the slot to Investec because they had a problem also earlier. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, Serena is back.
I'm happy if they want to go first. I'm sure they've been waiting a long time.
Thank you so much, Serena, because Kifesha has a meeting.
Okay, no problem at all, Hazel.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
No problem. Thank you, Serena. Thanks, Hazel.
Perfect.
Thank you for that. Kifesha, before I start you off, I'd just like to say thank you to our PKF team, Ali, Renee, and there's one more. I couldn't get the name. Is it Bridget? Yes, it was Bridget. Thank you again to the PKF team for your presentation today. Okay, guys, we've got our next speaker is Kifesha Singh, and she will be speaking to us from Investec. Kifesha, I'll hand over to you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am a bit late. I've also been having some issues, but here we are. And Investec is really excited to be part of the Accounting Professions Day today. It obviously gives us an opportunity to engage with you and let you know who we are. And with the accounting industry gaining so much momentum year on year, we have no doubt that Investec, as a bank whose tailor-made services and products can really assist clients like yourself. So believe me, nothing is more important and probably gives you peace of mind than being able to access your banker and your bank at any time for whatever you need and trusting that your best interest is at heart. So my name is Kifesha Singh, like you've heard, and I actually look after the acquisition team in KZN. And one of the professions that we focus on is the accounting profession. And as many of you might not be aware or familiar with Investec and our out of the ordinary offering, I'm just here to obviously advise you that we are quite a bank that's been around for a long time. We've been voted best private bank and wealth manager in South Africa and internationally for many consecutive years. And today we just want to introduce to you who Investec Bank is and just create some familiarity with our brand, our unique business model, and why, as high income individuals like yourselves, Investec is a bank that you should be considering for your future. And again, as a specialist bank, we are proud to have relationships with UKZN across the accounting and medical professions. And all we want to do is chat to you today and tell you that as our future CAs of KZN and South Africa, what are the ins and outs of banking and how can we support you on your journey from students to trainees to partners and beyond. I'm going to play a quick video. It's just going to highlight our value proposition and what we're about and focusing on our young professional offering from Investec, because we partner with young professionals like yourself to enable you to get a solid financial indication of what can be offered, how you can grow your wealth, you know, and what does it look like to be in a stable financial position as you work through your career and go through your journey in life. So I'm going to just share my screen and play the video. Just give me a second. Just a second for me.
You are on the move, going places, making your mark. Why not move to the bank that recognizes your potential? Investec partners with young professionals just like you every day. We are with you as you move up in your career with a private banker dedicated to you, who understands when you're making your first major investment with the no deposit home loan if you're a first-time buyer. A banker who bases your credit on your ambition and not a scorecard, getting you behind the wheel of a new car below the prime lending rate. You are on the move to new places, new experiences. Why not get into just about any local or international airport lounge, wherever your next adventure takes you in the world, and travel that suits your pocket. Earn or spend your reward points at Travel by Investec, just about the only travel partner you will need. You know that your world is moving into digital, that it opens opportunities, and you need a bank that empowers you to manage your money, where you can open a prime-linked savings account or an offshore UK bank or a foreign currency savings account with just a few clicks. And start investing or trading shares online in your own time, at your own pace, and much more. At Investec, we see your future right now, which is why we give you the same full offering as our high net worth clients at a reduced monthly fee until you turn 30. So why wait? Make the move to private banking today.
Okay, guys, so I don't know if there's any questions, but we also do have 2 Take-A-Lot vouchers to the value of R1,000 each, which we are going to give away. And I'm going to ask 2 questions, and like everybody else that has come before me, it's going to be fastest finger first, which we'll check on the chats. But I'm willing to take some questions if anybody has any before we go to the prizes. Any questions?
Yes, we can take a question from Lungelo Dlamini.
Okay, what is the question, Hazel?
Lungelo, please go ahead.
Afternoon, ma'am. I would like to ask about Investec company helps a young entrepreneur to invest more in business. So if you want a loan from Investec, do they check the credit record, or how do they offer you a loan? What is the process when they are offering a loan?
Okay, thank you for your question, Lungelo. So if you qualify to bank with Investec, like CAs, trainees and CAs do, so that's part of our target market of the clients that we look after. Once you qualify to bank with us, all we ask for is your financial information in terms of your earnings, and we look at whether you can service the debt or the facility amount that you're looking for. And if you can, we go through a credit process, approve your deal, and proceed from there. So it's very similar to the other banks and how they operate in terms of getting your financial information and understanding whether you can service your loan. Are there any other questions before we proceed?
I think we can proceed. Shane, other questions can go onto the Q&A box. Yeah, so thanks to you, Shane.
Okay, thanks, Hazel. Kadisha, I believe you have questions for the attendees.
Yes, so I have 2 questions, and each question will, the first person to give me the answer will get a R1,000 Take-A-Lot voucher. So I've just pulled up the chat. So Shane, if you can just help me to see who comes up first, so we make sure we're giving the right person the prize. The first question is a very quick and simple question, but how is Investec identified through their logo? What is the animal on Investec's logo that identifies us? Okay, there was the first one there. Oh, goodness. Shane, you've got to help me because there's quite a few coming through. We've already got the correct answer, so let me just...
Yeah, and it moves very quickly. I believe it's Ohalako Ngomo.
It's that one. It's that one, Shane.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay,
Hazel, you can note that down.
Hazel, would you mind taking down the details, or do you want me to take it down so we know who to send the prize to?
We will take it down for you, unless if you can see it there. But I remember the first one, Shane, the one that you also spotted.
Yes. Yeah. Ohalako Ngomo.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Nisha, Hazel will get you the students' details or the attendees' details and send it off.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And then our second question is, and you can Google it if you'd like to, who is the current CEO of Investec Bank? So if you don't know the answer, you're welcome to Google it, but fastest finger first. Fani Titi, we have someone there. Trevin? I think that is the first person to get it.
It's Trevin Chetty.
I'm just trying to check the chat quickly. Yes, it's, let me just have a look. Yes, Trevin Chetty, Fani Titi, that is absolutely correct. So that's our second winner, and each of you will get a 1,000 Rand Take a Lot voucher, and we'll be sending you an email with the details.
Wow.
Thanks.
Prizes keep going up here. Okay, so that's 1,000 Rand vouchers that have been just sent off. Congratulations to our winners. Fisher, thank you so much to you and the Investec team for the presentation today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay. Yes, thank you everyone for participating and answering the questions and being active here. Okay, so our next speaker, guys, is from PwC, Serena Stephen. Thank you so much, firstly, for waiting on us and allowing us to continue uninterrupted. We really appreciate that, and we will hand over to you now. Thank you.
Hi, Shane. Thank you very much. I also do apologize. I had some network issues, but my IT team was able to assist me. So that's good on being agile, I suppose. Let me just share my screen. Here we go. You just tell me if you can see my presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great stuff. So hi, everyone, and thank you very much for joining the PwC session. You've heard a lot from all the other firms, so hopefully I can, give you back some energy. My name is Serena Stephen, and I'm part of the talent acquisition team at PwC. And obviously, we've been given a very short space of time, but I really want to provide as much relevant information as I can about what we offer. For those of you who are not familiar with PwC, we are a professional services firm offering assurance, tax, and advisory services. And my main goal today is to chat to you about SAICA articles or traineeship. However, we do offer graduate programs in our tax and advisory departments as well. Okay, so I do want to start off by sharing or looking at the PwC story, and I have a short video that I'd like to share with you. So I'm just going to quickly do that, but Musa, obviously, if it doesn't work, just please help me out there as well. Okay.
Serena, I'm not sure. We may have to share your sound with us. The video is playing perfect.
How do I share mine?
Musa?
Responsible for guiding our people, clients, and communities through this constant change. How do we engage the more than 220,000 people across 157 countries in the PwC network? Through a clear and simple purpose, to build trust in society and solve important problems. What that really means is, in between our morning coffees and our evening commutes home, we all live and breathe the same core values. Here they are, the 5 things that make us, us. We act with integrity. We speak up for what's right, even when it's the harder option. We make a difference. We stay informed and proactively look for ways to better our world. We care about each other, about our clients and stakeholders, about empowering everyone to do their best. We work together. We know feedback, collaboration, and diverse perspectives help us deliver the highest quality outcomes. We reimagine the possible. Nothing great ever came from sticking with the status quo. We always challenge ourselves to innovate. Our values make us who we are and will help propel us toward the legacy we've envisioned for the future. A sentiment Sam and his horse would have definitely stood behind.
Okay, wonderful. Let me just get to the next slide. So I really do hope you enjoyed that video. But just to recap, PwC's purpose is to build trust in society and solve important problems. Our purpose and values help keep us relevant. So people feel that PwC is the right brand to be associated with. And this sets an expectation of the experience someone will get with PwC and helps us to build the image we want to have in the market. PwC is built on firm values that all employees show commitment to every day. What I love about these values is that it doesn't just relate to work or our professional lives, but it also resonates with our personal values. We act with integrity, speak up for what is right, especially when it's difficult, and doing things as if our own personal reputation were at stake. We make a difference. We stay informed and ask questions about the future of the world we live in. We care. We take the time to try and understand every individual and what is important to them. And we also recognize the value that each person contributes. We work together, we collaborate and share relationships and knowledge so that we can create a diverse range of perspectives and ideas from each other. And finally, we reimagine the possible. This speaks to having an open mind to learn and challenge ourselves to new possibilities. So let's get down to what we're actually here for, and the purpose of today's presentation. I actually have a question for all of you, and maybe you can use a chat function to share your thoughts. And the question is, what do you think audit trainees actually do? Okay, I'm trying, maybe you can help me out with the chat. I can't seem to get there. Let me just see.
So, we're getting some responses here. Working on engagements, check financial records, consult with clients. I think that's the first thing that we have. I don't know if you'd like to take a few more or expand on it from there.
No, I'm happy with that. Thanks so much, Shane. So yes, I think, we always have good responses when we ask this question, but I would like to share my next slide with you and give you different perspectives. So I'm just going to break it down into 4 quadrants and just give you a little bit of humor as well. So what my mom thinks I do, you travel around the country and live a very fancy life. So that must be really nice. And let me tell you, I think that does happen. What society thinks I do. So you're the people who go to companies and catch the corporate bad guys. Yeah, sometimes I think we do. We actually do that, and it's quite fun. What you think you do, you're like Superman and you're here to solve the world's problems. But what you actually do is you're part of a community of human-led tech-enabled solvers, building trust and delivering sustained outcomes that make a difference. So I hope that gave you a sneak peek into what you will be doing. And thanks for, just responding to the question that I had. Now, I thought I'd run the session a bit differently, and, we could have done the question and answer, but there's a lot of questions that come through from our students all the time. And so what I thought I'd do is I'll, condense it into frequently asked questions. But yeah, obviously in the chat function, if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to put that through. But I have a couple of questions I want to go through as well as the answers. So the first, very, very common question that we get as a firm is, what is PwC's training contract and bursary contract requirements? All right, and this is very important. So with a training contract in grade 12, you need to have 65% or above in maths and English. And at university level, you must obtain at least a 60% overall average per semester. Okay, and with a bursary contract, if you're applying to us for that, in grade 12, you need to have 70% or above in maths and English, and at university, it will be the same as what I mentioned above. But remember, guys, if you haven't done well in school, but you're doing much better in university, you will also be considered. And the reason why is that, you know, you've taken your past experiences, you've improved on that, and you've grown as a person, and now you're doing much better. So don't give up. Please apply to us, and we'll have a look at your application. Okay, another very common question we get asked is, what happens to me if I fail a year, right? If you are signed with PwC, you will have to apply for a rollover review of your contract. You will need to submit a motivation letter stating why we should roll over your contract. You will also need to submit your latest results and proof of registration for the following year. And we will review this and provide an answer. But just remember, a rollover is not totally guaranteed. If you have a bursary contract with us and if you fail a year, your bursary gets suspended. So you will have to pay for the repeat of the year that you have failed, and you will go through the same rollover review process that I mentioned just now. Okay. Another very, I think, extremely common question we get asked is, if my application was declined, can I reapply again? And the short answer is yes. However, it will depend on why we declined you, you know, in the first place. But let's just say, for example, it was your academics that unfortunately got you regretted, but you feel like you've made a significant improvement, then yes, please apply again. You are welcome to. And if you're having any issues with that reapplication on the system, then just let us know, reach out to us, and we can assist you with that. I will be sharing those details just a little while from now. Okay. Another question that comes through is, do I need a pastel course in order to start my articles, or just before I start articles? And the quick answer is no, you actually don't, because you will be trained on our systems, processes, methodologies. And remember, things are changing so fast. So, you know, you're welcome to do these courses for your own benefit, but we will provide all of the training necessary that you will need during your articles. Okay, and I'm almost done. Just the second last question I have that we get asked, what assistance does PwC offer for SAICA board exams? So PwC covers the cost for board courses, as well as your first attempt at each board exam. So that's your ITC and APC, or as some people know it as your board 1 and board 2. We accommodate students with study leave to prepare for these exams. And typically how it works is that leave is given for all exams. In your honors or CTA or PGDA year, you'll be provided with all the necessary information that will be relevant to your year of starting. This is subject to change depending on the year itself. For example, with COVID, ITC was being written much later in the year, and obviously this impacts the leave that would be given out. So I know that obviously this sounds a bit overwhelming, but don't worry, when you get to the point of writing these exams, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, and then the other, you know, I think one of the key questions we get asked is, how do you apply for our VAC program? And yes, we do offer that. And we run multiple sessions already. So all you need to do is go onto our website and make your application. And again, I will provide that details later on. But yeah, just go on, apply. If you know, if you're struggling again with that application, then just reach out to us and I will share our team details as well. So yeah, I don't know, Shane, at this point, can we maybe take a few questions?
Thanks, Serena. Yeah, I think your frequently asked questions actually answered a lot of questions for the students.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, thank you for covering these.
It is
no
actually
problem.
Yeah. So, Serena, I'm not getting any fresh questions, but a good response to your first question that I've seen here was, what do audit trainees do? And the best response I've seen was that audit trainees act like they're already qualified CAs.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
okay.
No, there's no further
No
questions.
comment, no comment there.
Okay, Serena, if there's no other questions to the students, thank you very much. That was a brilliant presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so sorry, Shane, I just have a few more slides to go through, but obviously if there's more questions, then I'll get to that in the chats. I just have a couple more slides. I just want to share the team details and so forth. So just quickly, I want to share my team's details, and please do take pictures with your cell phones if you want to. The next few slides are really important. So if we look at the slide that's on the screen, this is our Johannesburg team, and obviously that's made up of our National Recruitment Manager, Tatika. We have Lorraine, Kakizwa, Gaugelo, and Karabo. And Karabo is actually on the call today. So thanks, Karabo, for being here. And yeah, this makes up our Waterfall or Johannesburg team. And again, please take a picture of that. And yeah, all of the email addresses are on here. So if you want to get into contact with any of them, if you have any specific queries regarding the Waterfall office, then please do so. Please ask them. And then with our regional offices, so as you can see, I'm on the top left-hand corner. I'm the KZN representative or recruiter, and I'm responsible for the Durban and PMB office. And then on the Western Cape side, there's 4 offices there, and Arthi Singh is responsible for that. So we have Cape Town, Robertson, Stellenbosch, and Worcester. On the Eastern Cape side, we have Liesel, and she's responsible for the PE and East London office. I'm not going to butcher the new name because that'll just be offensive, so I won't do that. And then in our central region, my colleague Zintle, who's responsible for Bloemfontein, Kimberley, and Mahikeng. All right, so please take pictures. This is really important details. If you have any queries, you can definitely reach out to us. I'm just going to go back one more time for the Johannesburg office. And then I'll just go to the next slide. And then lastly, this is how you can stay in touch with us on our various social media platforms. There's always exciting content being shared, and I'm sure all of you know that. So please do follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. You know, it's always exciting to get our students on there. And you know what, whether you are in first year or in CTA year, it doesn't matter. You can apply to us as early on as that. Even if you know people that are still in school, they can apply to us at this point. But if you are particularly in your CTA year and you're still looking for articles for 2022, I'm just gonna name the few offices that are still recruiting. So we are accepting applications in the Worcester, Robertson, East London, PE office, Pietermaritzburg. I'm still looking for people there. The Bloemfontein office, Kimberley, Mahikeng, Nelspruit, and Imalahleni. So yeah, if you haven't signed up yet and you know what, you're in your CTA year, I suggest you get onto our website and apply. And as you can see on the slide, our website address is on there. So it's www.pwc.co.za/students, and you need to register a profile and upload all of your documents. It's really, really user-friendly, so you shouldn't have any issues. And obviously the main documents that we look for is your CV, your ID, your proof of registration, your grade 12 certificate, as well as your transcripts are up to date. So really, really important documents. And again, that web address is on here. Please take a picture if you want to. That'll help you remember. Okay, and that's basically it from my side. So thank you so much again for listening, and I want to wish all of you the very best. Please stay safe, and again, thank you UKZN for the opportunity. Hazel and Yanga, you're always so much of assistance. So I really do appreciate the platform to interact with our students. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Srina, for those valuable insights. Srina, just very quickly, there's a very quick question from a student, and they're asking whereabouts in PMB is PwC. I think that's a quick sort of answer we can give them.
Yes, it's in Cascades.
In Cascades, okay.
Cascades Office Park.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Srina. We appreciate your time for today. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, so everyone, we now sort of going on to our last few speakers, but not in terms of order of importance, but we have been hearing so far about your articles and your training contracts with SAICA, SAIPA, etc. So guys, I think some of these questions can be well directed to our next few speakers. So our next speaker is actually from SAICA itself, and it is Tonia Jackson. Tonia, I can hand over to you.
Thanks, Shane. Much appreciated. Good afternoon, everyone. What a wonderful session to be a part of. And then I got booted off just before I thought I was going to be coming on. So I missed some of the questions, but I've loved the energy of the questions and the prizes that are there. Next time I'll know that I need to actually bring something like that. I wasn't prepared in that way for today. But really today we're here to share with you a little bit about what a psycho training contract can offer you. And you've heard from a number of psycho training officers, so I think you're already getting a flavor. So maybe what we can do from psycho side is just give you an overview and answer maybe some of the more technical questions that you have if, for example, you're not studying an accredited degree or you're wondering about a path for a friend of yours in terms of the profession. So I'm just going to share my screen and just a few slides today. Okay, can I just get a confirmation that you can see my screen?
Yes, perfectly, Tonya.
That's super. Thanks, Shane. Okay, so, oh gosh, no, it's not. There we go. All right. So really what a psycho training contract offers you is access to 2 designations. Oh my word. Just hold on. A little bit of technical finger trouble here. Just give me a moment. All right, there we go. All right, so what a psycho training contract offers you is access to 2 designations, the AGA SA and then the CASA. So many of you have heard a lot about the CASA designation, but you might not have heard as much about the AGA SA designation. So in our very short time together, I will see if I can just pop in a few things so that you understand where the 2 designations sit within the context of psycho. So really, we offer 3 different contracts. A 3-year contract for a trainee who has already completed a psycho accredited degree. So you don't have to have CTA. You can still get access to a 3-year contract on a psycho accredited degree. But you'll have noticed from the other speakers that it does depend on the specific training office that you're going into. So the training office determines their entry requirements because our training contract is linked to an underlying employment contract. And each training office has certain terms and conditions for their employment contract for you as a psycho trainee. So different offices might offer it after a degree, some after CTA. You need to look around and see what suits what you're looking for. If you have a non-accredited degree, and there are also a few other areas where perhaps a very senior diploma might also get you into this category, but typically a non-accredited degree would get you into a 4-year training contract, and that's really giving you a year to complete your bridging program. It's accounting for the things that you wouldn't have if you'd been in a psycho accredited degree. If you're coming in with no degree, so if you're coming straight out of matric, which is not really anybody in this audience, but maybe you have a younger sibling or a cousin who's interested in looking at that route, you can go straight onto a psycho training contract, and then you would spend 5 years and you would study part-time towards that. We do have certain academic progress requirements. So if you're on a 4 or a 5-year contract, there is an expectation that you continue studying until you get your accredited qualification. And there's a requirement that you complete at least 1 academic year in two calendar years and keep progressing that way through the training contract. So there is a little bit more pressure, and I'm sure you can appreciate as full-time students that studying and working at the same time is a challenge, and really hats off to the trainees who actually do that. You can see though from the graph that the bulk of our trainees are on 3-year contracts, and I think you can understand why. It really is the most direct route. It's the smoothest way to study full-time and then to work fully in the training contract. But there are access points for trainees who don't have that opportunity and who do need to work and basically support themselves through their studies at the same time. So just to give you that clarity. And then some of you might be wondering, so you've heard a lot from Johannesburg offices, and maybe there's some in KZN. So where are psycho training offices situated within South Africa? So you can see from that graph that the bulk are in Gauteng. That yellow bit is definitely the biggest. And then if you look at the Western Cape, that's next. And then you'll be delighted to know that KZN is 3rd in line behind the 2 big ones. And then we also have, oh gosh, sorry, another finger trouble. We also have offices spread out right throughout the country. In fact, we have a lot of offices in very small centers as well. We have over 700 training offices in South Africa, and they are scattered across the country. Okay, my next slide is definitely determined to show itself to you. It keeps flashing on the screen. So let's go to that. One of the other questions we often get asked is, where can we complete our training contract? So absolutely, the biggest area of training contracts available is still within the audit environment, and we have audit practices in small offices. Some audit firms only have 1 or 2 trainees, and really they interact directly with the training officer in those practices. But we also have very large practices, and you can see that the big four and the small practices, that pink and that orange block, basically make up the bulk of our training contracts currently. Then if you're looking at commerce and industry, that's the little yellow sliver over there. And if you start looking at public sector, the Auditor General, and the other areas, there are also categories across those sectors as well. But the bulk, as you can see, are still within audit. So what does that mean if you enter into an audit training contract or you enter into a training contract in another sector? So currently our training model is set up very much like your subjects at university: auditing and assurance, management accounting, which kind of falls within the financial management decision-making areas, tax, and then risk management and governance. So really we're having a look at aligning what the training model does with what you're learning at university. What is going to be happening within the next year or two is that we're actually shifting that model, because what we've been finding is you have a lot of technical knowledge coming out of university. This is really what you do at university, is gain academic knowledge in a technical area. And what we'd like to reposition the training contract to do is to focus more attention on your professional ability and your professional behavior. So you might be thinking, what on earth does that mean? I'm now just finishing up university and I'm going into a psycho-training contract and it's changing. But the work, the nuts and bolts at the center of that diagram are still going to be exactly the same. You're still going to do the same thing day to day. I saw one of the earlier speakers asked, what would you be doing as an auditor? And some great answers over there. I think all of them were right if I have a look at it. And the same thing in any training environment. You'll be doing the nuts and bolts work of what a qualified professional will do, a qualified CA or a qualified AGA, and you will be doing that work day to day. But what the training program is offering you is how to grow your professional ability. So to learn how to do business, to learn more digital acumen from a perspective of actually operating as a professional, how to relate on a professional level, how to make decisions that are required of a professional. And then also when it comes to citizenship, ethics, and lifelong learning, how do you grow that ability and those behaviors so that by the time your training contract is finished, you're ready to take up that designation? So I said I would mention the difference between AGA and CA. The difference with an AGA qualification is that, first of all, it is a designation in its own right, and there are many things that you can do with an AGA qualification. It is also a stepping stone towards CASA if you are finding that it's taking you a little longer to meet all of the requirements of the CASA qualification. So with an AGA-SA qualification, you can get that as soon as you have an underlying accredited degree and you have your psycho-training contract completed. Those two elements together will equip you to become an AGA. You can then still continue and complete the two professional exams, the ITC and the APC, to qualify as a CA. If you register as an AGA in the meantime, you can still enjoy all the benefits of being a professional. And with time, when you're ready, you can then register as a CA. There's nothing that prevents you from taking that step afterwards. The general route is you finish your degree, you finish your honors, you go into your training contract, you complete the two professional exams, and then you register. But I think all of you are aware that things don't always go according to plan. I'm sure you've had some hiccups along the way during your academic qualification as well. So this just gives you a number of different options in terms of how you can actually qualify. What I am going to share with the organizers of this event are two quick diagrams that show you the different routes of access into both the AGA and the CASA, which hopefully you'll be able to take away and just absorb a little bit more. And then if you have any questions on that, you're always welcome to contact us at SAICA. I'm giving you my contact email address over there. You're welcome to email me, and I'll put you in contact with someone else if I'm not the right person to answer your questions. So you're welcome to take that down. It's quite easy. It's just my name and then the letter of my surname, tonyaj@saica.co.za. And I think right now I'm going to just open it up to questions. I realize that we are on a quick agenda today.
All right, I don't know if I can assist you here, Tonya. The question that came up, I think from Basatana, if I'm pronouncing correctly, how do I qualify for remission if I'm doing a 4-year contract? How do I qualify for remission if I'm doing a 4-year contract?
Thanks, Basitsana. That's a great question. So I want to say you're not stuck on the 4-year contract. As soon as you get your SAICA accredited qualification, so as soon as you've done your bridging qualification so that it becomes accredited by SAICA, you can apply for remission. And depending on when that happens within the training contract, you'll get 12 months off, or if you're in the last year of your training contract, you'll get the remainder of your training contract remitted. So basically, we're saying you're converting a 4-year contract into a 3-year contract. The same thing happens for somebody on a 5-year contract. If they get their accredited degree within that period of time, they also get academic remission. And there's nothing that stops you from getting it. There's no one that can say to you, you're not allowed to get it, you're not allowed to apply for it. The training regulations protect that for you as a trainee. You just put the application in and it will get granted. It does help though if you've spoken to your training office about it, because it will then make sure that your practical experience is keeping pace with the academics that you're completing. Thanks, Letu. Letu, I wanted to suggest that perhaps you also share your contact details, because I think you're a little bit closer to the students in the province. I hope I'm not putting you on the spot.
Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. I'll definitely do that. I'll put it in the chat. There's another question here, Tonya, on the Q&A. It says that, I think it's from Pona Chengo, forgive me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. It says that it seems a lot of training officers aren't aware, or rather don't want to provide SAICA articles to someone who wants to become an AGA. What is SAICA doing to inform training officers?
Yeah, so I think for many training officers, their underlying purpose is to train CAs SA. So really, I think you're saying that you're putting it out there, and perhaps if we're looking at some of the training officers that are the biggest trainers of CAs SA, and you can see that from the entry requirements, they're requiring a CTA on entry. They're requiring that they're expecting you to keep going with your exams to pass as quickly as possible. Those training officers are not particularly interested in training AGAs, and please, if there's anybody else in the call who wants to jump in and correct me, that's absolutely fine, but really that's not their primary purpose. On the other hand, out of our 700 training officers and out of our 10,000 trainees, a significant number of them are offering that option to stop at a certain point in time, or to pause at a certain point in time and first become an AGA and then continue. So if you're looking for officers that do offer 5-year contracts, take entry after an accredited degree, not CTA, or they accept a 4-year training contract, you're more likely to find an office that is very happy to work with the AGA SA designation. Remember that the training program is identical. There is no such thing as an AGA training program or a CASA training program. It's the same training program. So it really does depend on the business objectives of that particular training office, and it's worth engaging with them around that. Thank you for the question.
I don't know, Shane, if I can take this more coming from.
Unfortunately, we can't.
Okay.
We've run out of time. Sorry, but the students and Tonya and you can respond to the Q&A, the chat box.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Thanks. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Yes, Tonya and Letu, thank you so much for your presentations today. Yes. I think in addition to answering the students' questions via the chats, I think to our attendees, from personal experience, the SAICA website actually gives you quite good, insightful information as well, and it's very user-friendly. Okay, so again, to Tonya and Letu, thank you very much for your presentation from SAICA. Yes, have a good day further. Thank you once again. Okay, so our next presentation will be coming from a different perspective in terms of your articles, right? And guys, our next presentation is from SAIPA, okay? And today we have with us Tina Motila. Tina, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Shane. I just want to share my screen quickly. Can you please confirm that you can see it, Shane?
Yes, Tina, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, I just want to get to slideshow. Is it much visible now?
Yes,
Hello?
it's good.
Yes,
okay,
Tina.
thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon all. And thank you to the KZN team for providing the opportunity to share information on CYPA. I really appreciate this. And also thank you for the students who have stayed on for this slot. And I hope that the career path we offer you will inspire you. So let me move. Firstly, I'd like to introduce you to myself. My name is Tina Motilal. I am the CYPA Eastern Region representative based in KZN. And I will put my details in the chat box later. But if you want to take a picture of my cell number and email, you're more than welcome to do so if you need to contact me further. Okay, who is CYPA? And firstly, before we get into that, let me just say, CYPA is short for South African Institute of Professional Accountants, right? So CYPA is South Africa's leading professional member body for accountants and tax practitioners who perform all accounting and tax related duties except auditing. So we are around for about 38 years. We're quite young. And we also have over 12,000 members. Okay, that's nationally. We are a full member with IFACT. Now, IFACT is short for the International Federation of Accountants. We're also full members of Pan-African Federation of Accountants, which is in short, PAFA. We offer our members several professional designations that assure the public of our members' technical and practical competence and commitment to ethical practices. We are bound to the Institute's Code of Conduct, which is based on IFAC's global standards and designed to protect employers, clients, and the public. Okay, now to become a professional accountant, candidates must meet the following criteria, or we usually call it the 3 pillars. The first one is your academic qualification, and then we move on to your learnership, which is the practical side of your experience, and then finally your performance evaluation examination. Now, when we move on to academic, you will see that you will require a BCom degree or an equivalent degree, but it should include these 5 core subjects: financial accounting, taxation, auditing or internal auditing, commercial law, management accounting. Thereafter, you move on to your practical side, your learnership, with one of our accredited training centers. Now, on our website, you'll find a list of accredited training centers. And as all businesses have lots of acronyms, you'll note it'll be ATCs, okay? Or then you also have an option of joining, doing your learnership in an accounting environment and have 6 years of relevant verifiable experience. Or you can also complete a minimum of 3 years training at another professional accredited body. Thereafter, we move on to your PE exam, as we call it, or performance evaluation examination. And this will be based on the 5 core subjects that you have studied at university. And also it will It'll be based on your practical experience. It's a 4-hour examination, and thereafter, upon successfully completing that examination, you apply to SAIPA to become a professional accountant. Okay, so the SAIPA designation, professional accountant SA, is a very prestigious title. It reflects the holder's proven integrity and competence and sit at an NQF level of 8. This is equivalent to an honors degree. Without further ado, I urge you to listen attentively to the video that Musa will play, and you will gather more information of this career path, and also you'll stand a chance to win some awesome prizes today. So we have got 5 backpacks with SAIPA branded items, and also e-vouchers, data e-vouchers. So please listen carefully, and then I will introduce you to my colleague who is going to handle that section. Musa, would you mind playing that video, please? I'll stop sharing my screen.
You know you want to become an accountant, but you're not sure which type of accountant, or that there are different types of accountants. Over the years, there's been a growing number of different types of accountants that are helping business manage their finances. One of these types of accountants is a professional accountant SA. Professional accountants play a key role in growing South Africa's economy and are critical in the financial success of every single business, large or small. Of course, being a professional accountant SA has its own financial rewards too, with a massive earning potential. But how do you go about becoming a professional accountant SA? There are certain crucial choices you have to make in order to become a professional accountant SA. Each one as important as the other. Miss any one of them and you won't be able to complete the journey. And they are all sanctioned by SAIPA, the South African Institute of Professional Accountants. First of all, you need to ensure you're taking the correct subjects at high school, so that you can go on to study for a Bachelor of Commerce degree. An alternative to the BCom is an equivalent degree with the required core subjects from a SAIPA accredited tertiary institution. Once you have your degree, there's the practical element, which can be made up of either 3 years supervised training at a SAIPA approved training center, or 6 years relevant, verifiable experience in an accounting environment, or completing a minimum of 3 years training at another professional accountancy body. Following on from your practical experience is the SAIPA Professional Evaluation, which is a 4-hour written examination based on the core academic subjects and practical experience. Then, only once you've successfully completed the professional evaluation can you apply for membership to SAIPA. And once you're a SAIPA member, you are set as a member of one of the most rewarding, successful professions in the country, ready to reap the rewards you deserve. To find out more, go to the SAIPA website or call this number.
Thank you, Musa. I really appreciate that. And now I have the privilege of introducing you to my colleague, Crystal Board. She is our training advisor at SAIPA, based in Johannesburg, Midrand. And she is going to handle the slot where we're going to give away 5 exciting prizes. And thereafter, if you have any questions, I would suggest you put it in the chat to save time, because I think we are going over time now, and we can answer it from there. So over to you, Crystal. I will just pose the questions on the slide here, so that will make it easier.
Thank you, Tina. Good afternoon, everyone. As Tina introduced me, Crystal Boards. I am the training advisor at SAIPA. I will be asking you a few questions based on the presentation that Tina showed you. I think if we can answer via the chat chat box instead of the live interaction, it will be fine. Tina, can you put up the questions? Okay, so the first question is, what is the acronym SAIPA? What does it stand for?
So can I assist on the chat as we are moving?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. So from the time you put up the question, some people answered beforehand, but the first one that I picked up goes to Nkobeko Shlope, or Shlongo, sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. The second one, Tina. Okay, briefly explain the criteria or the steps on how one can become a professional accountant SA.
Okay, Crystal, I'm not sure if you'll accept this answer. It's a BCom plus a 3 years article.
It's 3 components to it.
Okay.
So I just want to see, I'm also going through the chats to see if anyone answered the correct one.
I think I've got one here. It's qualification, a 3 year training, and a professional exam. Can we accept that?
Yeah, I'm also, I don't want to accept it. Like I said, it's got 3 components. So I want them to answer all 3.
Okay, Crystal, so I'll leave the chat to you then, right? You can find the first answer.
Okay,
The
I'm
best
going
answer
to.
right?
Yes.
Colleagues, can we move on to the third question? We will be able to pick up the first person who has responded via the chats once we end the session.
Yes. On that note, I have the first answer, which is correct, which is from Lungelo. We can just make a note of that as well.
What is the surname, Crystal?
Let me just go back. So sorry about that.
No problem.
Lungelo Umnyandu.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tina, can we go to the next question? Okay, the third question that we have is, what is our website address? I have the first answer already. It's from Humaira. Yes, that is correct.
What is the surname?
Let's go back.
Musa,
Sorry.
Hazel.
Thank you.
Okay, Tina, I think we can go over to the next question. Okay, the fourth question is, what is the NQF level for a professional accountant SA? Okay, the answers are very quick. Okay, the first correct one was from Etten Diotrans. NQF level 8 is the correct one.
Hazel's got the details.
Use the name again.
Let me just go back. I know the surname is Diotrans.
Okay, I've got it now. I'll be able to search.
Okay. Tina, can we go to the next question? The fifth question is, what is the international body of accountants called? So SAIPA is affiliated with this body and abides rules and regulation, including its code of ethics. Okay, so the first one to answer that question correctly was Humaira again. Humaira Musa.
No, can you give it to someone else? Because Humaira actually has won more than one.
Okay, the second one was Sayishni Indel.
Can I have that again, Crystal?
Saishni Indel.
How is the spelling?
S-A-I-E-S.
Yes.
H-N-I.
Yes.
The surname is I-N for Nelly, D-H-E-L.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for participating, everyone, and well done. Tina, I'm not sure if we have some time for more questions, but if there's any other questions relating to the presentation, you are more than welcome to ask that.
Via the chat, the Q&A box.
Yes.
We've run out of time.
Yes, and then we'll answer from there.
Okay, thank you, Hazel. Thank you, Crystal, and
you.
congratulations to all the winners. We really appreciate that. And if you need to contact us, we will put our email addresses on the chat group also. The winners can also contact us via our emails. Going forward, I urge all students to please visit our website because there's a ton of information there. And we also urge you to follow our social media platforms and so that we can assist you further. And we wish all students every success in their studies and hope to see you join SACPA soon. Thank you very much, Hazel and team and students.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Crystal and Tina, for your presentation today. We greatly appreciate it. Okay, and to the SACPA team for today's presentation. Okay, so guys, our next speaker is SNG or from SNG Grant Thornton, and it is Sinetemba Shlongwa. Sinetemba?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Thank you very much. Just trying to share my screen, but it won't allow me until this the presentation has been put down.
Okay, so Tina, if you would please.
Yes,
okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. All right. Can you guys confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, it's showing. Yeah.
All right. Just give me a sec. All right. And can you see me? Can you see me on your side, guys?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Okay. All right. Just want to be sure that you guys are also able to see me as a presenter. Just turn on my video. Okay.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, awesome. All right, just by introduction, my name is Sinetemba Shlongwa. I am the graduate manager at SNG Grant Thornton. I am based in the Johannesburg office. I look after graduate recruitment with all the offices, that's including Durban, Cape Town, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, etc. I'm really honored to be here. Thank you so much for the Careers Office, Lufuno and the team and everyone for actually inviting us to be part of this career fair. It's it's an honor for us to be here. And as they would normally say, we save the best for last. I see the number of participants has reduced, unfortunately, from the time I joined, but hopefully all 152 of you who are still present will enjoy this presentation. All right. So, again, like I did say, we're super happy to be here at the UKZN Career Fair. Our relationship with UKZN goes way far back, where we always collaborate with the Careers Office to make sure that we recruit the UKZN graduates, we recruit the right caliber of candidates that come from UKZN. And I must say, so far, so good with the candidates that we've brought in over the years. So we are super happy, and we would like to say thank you to all the lecturers who keep doing the great work that they are doing. All right. So I'm going to play you guys a little video that's going to do a quick introduction of who we are as a firm. It looks back to who we are, it looks back to where the journey then began, and then I'm going to just take you through our graduate recruitment portfolio, take you through the graduate program, what we look for from our candidates, our graduate program and applications, etc. So if you can just bear with me, hopefully you guys can just hear the sound as I play you our timeline video, which reflects on where we come from and where we headed as a firm.
With a legacy set by our founders, shaped by our country's history and inspired by our people, this is a story we are proud to tell, our legacy story. In 1982, Junius Lekgetla, an astute businessman, established Ebony Financial Services an advisory and consulting firm. Determined to grow his business, in 1985, Junius joined forces with the late Zakhele Sithole, who was a chartered accountant, to form Sithole and Company. Sithole and Company became the auditing wing of Ebony Financial Services. Due to the erstwhile apartheid laws, the client base of the firm was limited to non-government organizations, township entrepreneurs, and Black professionals. Stirred by his passion for creating opportunities for Black accountants, in 1992, Sango Nzaluba, a renowned businessman, joined Sithole Inc. The firm was later rebranded to Nzaluba and Company, with Sango at the helm as managing partner. In 1996, Sizwe Nxasana, the founder and CEO of Sizwe and Company, as well as Cindy Zilwa, the founder and CEO of Nkonki and Nkonki, joined forces with Nzaluba and Company to form the largest and then only Black-owned national firm, Nkonki Sizwe Nzaluba, also known as NSN. Sizwe Nxasana was then appointed as the CEO. In 1998, when Sizwe Nxasana left the firm to become CEO of Telkom, Victor Sekese, a dynamic young leader committed to the growth of young Black accountants, was appointed as chief executive of NSN. The firm rebranded in 2002 to Sizwe Nzaluba VSP following the departure of Zilwa. Under the leadership of Victor Sekese, in 2011, Sizwe Nzaluba VSP merged with Gobodo to form Sizwe Nzaluba Gobodo. The merger catapulted the firm to be the 5th largest accounting firm in Southern Africa. SNG invested significantly in its infrastructure to enable it to perform large, complex audits on its own. The appointment of SNG as sole auditors of Transnet in 2012 was a significant milestone in its journey to create a legacy. In 2018, SNG became a member firm of Grant Thornton International. This move was inspired by the desire to grow the firm and continue to have a positive impact. The firm rebranded to SNG Grant Thornton to demonstrate its enhanced global reach and capability, whilst firmly rooted in South Africa. The firm is now able to offer a seamless global service to its international clients. Grant Thornton International is one of the world's leading organizations of independent audit, tax, and advisory firms. The network helps dynamic organizations unlock their potential for growth by providing meaningful, forward-looking advice. Proactive teams led by approachable partners in these firms use insights, experience, and instinct to understand complex issues faced by privately owned, publicly listed, and public sector clients and help them to find solutions. More than 56,000 Grant Thornton people across more than 143 countries are focused on making a difference to clients, colleagues, and the communities in which we live and work. We stand strong today because our exceptional business acumen, real success stories, talented people, and loyal clients who believe in our purpose. This is our legacy story.
All right, that's really a brief introduction of who we are as a firm. That timeline video is basically a reflection of who we are, where we started and where we are going. So just to sum it up for everyone who's present on this virtual room, SNG Grant Thornton is a homegrown firm. What do we mean by that? We mean it's a firm that was formed in South Africa and that merged with an international footprint, which is Grant Thornton. Why did we merge? We merged the SNG was doing very well locally, but what we found is we couldn't, reach international clients. And for example, if we're auditing a client, for example, BMW in South Africa, we couldn't go abroad. We couldn't go and audit, say, another BMW office, say that's in Germany, say that's in the UK, etc. And so when we merged, it was really to grow our footprint, to make sure that we have presence all around the world. And so as SNG Grant Thornton, what we really stand for is we're a homegrown firm that's pretty much taking an African dream to the world. And know that the common trend is We get these firms that are starting, for example, in London or China, or wherever around the world. They start in those countries and they move to South Africa, then they become the next big thing. Whereas with SNG Grant Thornton, we are saying we are rewriting our own stories. Quite a number of times, our stories as African children, our stories as Africans have been told by different countries. We've opened up our doors for different firms that have come to South Africa and taken over our markets. With SNG Grant Thornton, we are rewriting that, and we are saying we want to introduce our stories as South Africans, our stories as Africans. And if you feel that Africa is something that is quite close to your heart, something that you hold dearly, then a place like SNG Grant Thornton would be a place that is ideal for you to come and pursue your articles. Now, as a firm, who are we and where are we located? I'm going to be taking you through where our offices are. I'm going to be taking you through the different offerings that we have within the firm. Right. So our firm is governed by a set of values. And what are our values? Our values are clear, and they're clear with a double R. So it's a C, which stands for collaboration, which really speaks to us asking for help and actually giving help. When you're coming in as an audit trainee or you're coming in tax or advisory, there are moments where you'll be, unsure about your work. There'll be moments where you want to refer to a manager, refer to a second year. And so that's why we put those values as collaboration. It's something that we, practice on a day-to-day basis to make sure that our people actually help each other. People are there for one another to kind of increase learning, to also increase our family-oriented sort of culture. We also have leadership. We make sure that we take courage in stuff and anything that we do to inspire those that are within the firm and those that are outside the firm. We take excellence in everything you do, especially within audits. The profession itself has been put into jeopardy. There's been a whole lot of negative publicity that we've received within the profession. And that's why for us, it's important that we take excellence in everything we do. Double check everything that goes out to client, triple check it and make sure that it goes out with our name, and we are super proud of everything that goes out, right? We are agile, we think broadly, and we act quickly with change. And for example, last year when we had COVID-19, it's something that we all didn't see coming, So what we then did was we started, working from home since last year, March. As a matter of fact, I'm still home. I haven't been to the office this last year. We're given enough autonomy to then work at home. We have different softwares that kind of allow us to work on a cloud-based accounting. We have different softwares that allow us to do our audits. We go to clients really when we have to do physical verification. Otherwise, everything is done at home. We're so agile to a point that because our growth is not just limited to the firm and our profits, our growth is also, growing with our communities. We were so agile in the sense that we're worried about students who weren't really getting classes when COVID-19 hit. And some of you may already know we had what we call Instagram live lectures, where we had some of our directors who then went to lecture on auditing, tax, finance, etc., to kind of help each and every person who's worried about the exams, who kind of worried of whether or not they'll be able to pass, at the end of the CTA year. And so those classes really came in handy. They were really, helpful to our people. They were really helpful to students in the different universities. And when we did these lectures, we weren't just saying, no, we're looking for candidates that are signed at SNG Grant Thornton. We were actually helping communities at no return. We weren't charging. We're just calling them the numbers. All we require of you to do is actually just load the data and connect and make sure that you ask the questions and any topics that are related to you, right? And then we also are big on respect, which is part of our values. We always say to our people, respect is as important as any other letter in our value. And the way that we speak to our people, the way that we listen to each other, we listen and we understand with foresight in everything that we do. We're also responsible. We use influence widely. Like I did say, for example, when we did the guest lectures, that was us being responsible in using influence and using our structure, using our knowledge to kind of influence and impact our communities. So that's really our culture. That really is our values. Every day and each floor where you go in our firm, you will see our clear values. They're pasted on our walls. Our chairman, when he speaks, our CEO, when he speaks, he's always touching on our values and who we are as a firm. So that's really a huge part of who we are as a firm. So where are we located? We pretty much have offices everywhere within the South African map. And recently we just merged with another office. We're taking a KPMG office in the Eswatini, which is now SNG Grand Thornton. We have offices in Durban, we have offices in East London, Cape Town, Kimberley, as you can see from the map that is indicated. So pretty much wherever in South Africa, wherever you'd like to go, we have offices there. If you have an interest to go to East London, we have an office there. Kimberley, we have an office, Mafeking, anywhere around South Africa. And of course, the Grand Thornton network also allows us to occupy different parts of the globe. Right, like I did say, when we grow, we don't just grow by ourselves. When we grow, our biggest part is to impact our communities. It's not just always about revenue. It's not always just about getting new clients and stuff. It's also to make sure that zero hunger within our communities. So we are quite big in terms of CSI projects. We go to the different communities to make sure that we give them food parcels and things like that. When Durban had the most recent case of looting, we sat down as a firm to see how we can help our people within Durban, how we can actually leverage off that and see what we can do for our communities. We make sure that we provide quality education for our communities as well. And there we look at our bursary schemes where any graduate university can pretty much apply. We pay for your tuition, we pay for your res, we pay for your laptops and things like that to make sure that you succeed and you get the best quality education, right? And we make sure that our communities are sustainable and, our cities are sustainable. This is not just, your Johannesburg, this is not just Durban, but it's everywhere we go. We make sure that our people are sustainable, our people getting the right education, our people are actually getting the right developments that they need. All right, so the big one is for someone who's sitting at university level, they're hearing all these firms coming in, talking about, where to apply, how to apply and things like that. But then it's for everyone who is not sure what really happens when they join, SNG Grand Thornton. You come in as a first year, what does that mean? What does the career growth look like? When you're coming in in our firm, you come in as a first year, you work there for exactly a year. And then if you perform, it's all based on merit, you perform at your client's engagement and you pass your examinations and things like that, which is your board 1s and board 2s. You move to second year, you move to third year. Again, your board exams, you are given first until third year to complete your board exams. And once you've completed your articles as per SAICA competencies that have been communicated to you today, you go to what we call a manager, an M1, where you are now a manager on the audit. But if you haven't succeeded with your board 1 and board 2, we take you to a senior consultancy role if the firm sees an opportunity to retain you because you are that much of an asset. Once you're sitting at senior consultancy, we give you an opportunity to then, complete your board 1 and board 2. Obviously, once you do complete your board 1 and board 2, we give you an opportunity to go on study leave. We provide you with study leave. We provide you with study support and things like that. We're talking on mentorship and other offerings as we proceed with this presentation, right? And of course, as you move, you spend your time as an M1, you move to an M2, then a senior manager, all the way to a director. FYI, most of our directors, 60% of our directors are actually homegrown. They started as trainees and now they're sitting at directorship. I think that says a lot about our culture. It says a lot about our firm. It says a lot about our training and development that is invested in our people. Okay, we also offer what we call global mobility. I'm sure you're thinking, what is global mobility? Global mobility is what we call secondment opportunities, where we give you an opportunity to go and get seconded into one of our member firms outside of our country. As we stand, there's some applications that have come in for global mobility in the US, in the UK, in Ireland, and as well as in Australia. A number of applications have been received for candidates who want to go, and there's been 10 successful candidates that will go to the UK, and one has been successful to go to Australia. Again, you can come in at SNG Grand Thornton and be offered all these opportunities. All right. We also offer what we call a mentor and mentor-mentee relationship, as well as a coaching relationship. A mentor-mentee relationship, when you're coming in, you get placed to a team. and that will be your team that you work with on a day-to-day basis. So it's on the job, you're on the job team. And then outside of that team, you will be placed with a mentor. Essentially what your mentor is someone that you can always refer to whenever you are stuck, whenever you want to, get that career guidance, that's secondly, and whenever you have maybe a personal problem that is kind of affecting your productivity in the firm, your mentor is really your first point of reference. Of course, there is also human resources. There's also ICAS, which is an external body that offers counseling if you have any mental issues and things like that. As a matter of fact, I'm sure in my slides you've seen that clearly resilience. We're quite big on mental health issues to make sure that our people are supported with mental issues. Of course, then we take you through to what we call ICAS. If it's something that is outside of our hands, it's something that needs people who have the expertise to then perform proper examinations. Right. We also have the role of the mentor. If we look at the role of the mentor, it's, like I said, it's on the job mentoring and coaching. They have to provide continuous feedback. You, as well as your mentor, have to provide continuous feedback to us. Regular touch base between you and your mentor is actually a requirement within the firm, and this is done on a quarterly basis. And to actually get your mentor to identify what we call an individual developmental plan. So when they look at you, well, today you're coming in as a first year, what sort of competencies do you need to make sure that by the time you finish your third year, you are qualified firstly? And what sort of developmental points must we look at to make sure that you succeed as a first year? What sort of guidance do you need from me as your mentor to make sure that you succeed as a first year trainee, second year trainee, or a third year trainee? Okay, we're also quite huge in terms of gender diversity. When we speak of gender diversity, it's not just pure words. We're quite huge to make sure that at EXCO level, at senior management, as well as at management bodies, we have equal representation of women, we have equal representation in terms of color, we have equal representation in all the bodies within the firm. And so we have a body called the Gender Parity, which I'm sure a lot of you are sitting at home and you're thinking is occupied purely by women. No, gender parity is occupied by both men and women. As a matter of fact, I'm also part of the gender parity groups that actually fights for the rights for women in the organization to make sure that you have equal representation in the different bodies. And together with that, we also have several events to make sure that the awareness is built on the gender parity, to make sure that our women are well taken care of. And appropriately, this month is, of course, Women's Month. So this month, we are putting together an event that will be done virtually to pretty much celebrate our women, to celebrate our queens, to celebrate all the crowns of the organization. Not only do we do that, but we also look at students at university, at high school level, at primary school level, where we bring young school girls and actually teach them about the opportunities that are within advisory, tax, or the CA profession. Now, I'm going to just quickly talk about the transition from university. I am aware of time, so it could be quite short. The transition from university to audit, or transitions from the world of university to the world of work, to make sure that we give you a soft landing, we give you a 2-week induction that pretty much gives you the proper training, what's expected of you, introduces you to the firm, introduces you to the various departments. Not only that, but we also do what we call the work readiness program. The work readiness program will teach you soft skills, how to cope with stress, how to cope with deadlines, how to chat to clients, how to actually respond to an email, how to actually look at Word, PowerPoint, Excel. We never take it for granted that, after you graduate, you will know all these things. We take you as though you know nothing and upskill you to the level in which we need. For graduate opportunities within the firm, you can obviously apply at our website, which is at www.brownthornton.co.za/careers. We are looking right now for psycho opportunities within the year 2022-2023, as well as the year 2024. For those who are looking for opportunities next year, please make sure you put together your CV, transcript, matric results, and ID, and you apply as soon as possible, because applications are closing at the end of October. After that, after you apply, a member of our graduate recruitment team, which one of them is present on this call, Surprise Matula, will then set up an interview with you. From there on, we'll put you through what we call a psychometric assessment, which is really a personality test, and then a decision from there on is made. Now, I'm very aware that, time is really against us. I would have really loved to go on and tell you a little bit more about our lovely firm. I'm going to allow you to have, one or two questions. I am aware that time is really against us. Again, this is a downfall of being the last speaker in the panel, but it's been a pleasure talking to you. Let's allow you guys to come into those questions. I am here to address those questions, and also on the Q&A, my colleague Surprise Matula is here to also attend to those questions. Okay.
Mr. Chongwan, thank you so much. Thank you. So, sorry, in the interest of time, may we please suggest that we answer the Q or do the Q&A via the chat facility or the Q&A function, please.
All right.
We actually have one speaker before we wrap up.
All right. Only a pleasure. Only a pleasure. I'll definitely do that. Colleagues, thanks again. Thank you so much for taking the time to connect and actually, going through our presentation. Really do appreciate the invites, and yeah, we will be around to address all the questions that you may have. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shlongwa. It was very informative, that session. Again, thank you to everyone as well. We do have our final speaker that's coming up. Okay, so please stick around till the end of that. And it's from VHA Accounting, and it's Karishma Bola. Karishma, if we can hand over to you, please.
Good afternoon, Shane and Hazel and everybody that's here this afternoon on our webinar. I'm sure you guys are all really exhausted, so I'm going to keep this short and sweet. My name is Karishma Bola. I'm a director here at VHA Accounting Solutions. And with me, I have two of my colleagues. I've got our trainee manager, Bongo Musa Zondi, and I've got our senior accounting manager here, Adrian Surju. So they will be coming on a little bit later on. I've got a webinar here for you. It's very, a slideshow, sorry. It's very short, so I'm going to go through it with you. Just let me know if you can see it on the screen. Okay, Shane, are you able to see it there?
Yes, Karishma, we can see it.
Thank you. Okay, so who are we, guys? So here, VHA Accounting Solutions Incorporated, we are not your typical average everyday accountant, guys. We are KZN's leading digital firm of young, vibrant accountants who are energetic and ready to strive to achieve the best outcome at any given challenge. We are the first Black accounting firm who have teamed up with South Africa's leading digital package Zero. I'm sure you guys have heard of Zero. And we are the first to achieve the status of a gold partner within the first 6 months. We are also the first digital firm to team up with other digital services such as XPM and Actfin to ensure that our services are efficient, effective, quality, and digital. That's the way we're going, guys, to the future. Digital, right? VHA Accounting Solutions, we started operating in 2012. So when I said we are young, vibrant, and emerging, we are under 5 years. Just let me change the slideshow here for you guys. Okay, so what we do offer here, we do STIPA, we do STICA, and we do cyber. So we are taking in, I've heard a lot of the questions earlier on through the day. We will take you in from the time you are in matric, whether you've studied, or you're starting your study. You don't have to finish a degree to be with us. We will help you through your CIPA, your SICA, or your cyber. And what I would like to emphasize here as well is you are not coming to VHA to become an accountant only. You can be a lecturer, you can be a teacher, you can be a CEO of a business firm. But when you come in here, that's what we're training you to do, right? So what makes us the leading firm in KZN, one of the leading firms, right? So we are very unorthodox at our firm. We think out of the box, okay? We have clients in various industries, farming, small business, retail, doctors, lawyers. We are all over the show, all right? We have a quick turnaround time for our services that we provide. We are very friendly, we are very efficient, always going the extra mile for our clients. That's what we do here. We believe that teamwork makes the dream work. And here at BHA, we truly are a family. We have affordable rates for top-notch service, right? We are knowledgeable professionals, always willing to learn. So we don't always learn everything. We can learn something new every day, guys. We persistent to deliver the best we possibly can, all right? We have, so we do a lot with our young guys in the community. And so what we've come up with this year is a School of Accounting and Tax. And that is for, so it's free tuition for our matrics. We've come up with a study guide as well for our matrics. Anybody who is studying and would want to learn online or would come in, but due to COVID, obviously we're doing it online. We offer this all as a service to our community because we need to have our young guys out there grow. All right, we know not everybody can afford it. So if you can't afford it, we are here to assist you, okay? So that's training and workshops that we do weekly at our offices. So that's for our staff as well. So we're always learning, guys. There's never ever a stupid question, remember that. Clerks, our clerks are exposed to learning in the following fields. So apart from your normal, typical accounting, we go from home loans to finance, to insurance, and we do forensic. We do a lot of different things. And I'm not gonna bore you with a list of what we do, right? You guys can go onto our website, onto our webpage. You can inbox me, I will put my details on there and you can chat to us, okay? Okay, so some of our affiliates and our achievements that we've achieved in our 3 years that we've been here. So we are Actven featured as our top tax practice. We have partnered with Epic IT. We are part of Zero South Africa, like I've explained, and Shopily amongst a few. So, okay, guys, can you still see my screen? Okay. Okay, so we are based in Pietermaritzburg and we are based in Durban as well. So we've opened our new branch this year in Durban. So if you're in Maritzburg or you're in Durban and you're wanting to come and learn and study with us and work for us, we've got 2 branches so far, all right? Like I've said before as well, we are a Zero Gold champion. So we're the first Black accounting firm to have joined and to have done this in 6 months. We have met the Springboks, guys. So whoever is a Springbok fan here, if you know Dwayne and you know Vincent, we have met them. And we have one of our Protea cricketers and our Dolphin captains, Keshav Maraji, is one of our clients. So what I'm trying to say to you guys here is we are young, vibrant South Africans trying to uplift the youngsters that are leaving school or leaving university. Okay, we're top runner for the emerging firm of the year, which will be held next year, and please root for us. Hopefully we will be there on the top to take that award next year in Cape Town. Let's move on to the next slide. So I have a video here to play for you from Kesha. I'm just going to click on it just a few seconds so you can hear what he has to say.
Sorry, Karishma, the sound seems to be a problem. We couldn't hear the video.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to play it again, dear Shane?
Yes, sure. It's a few seconds. So it's fine.
Yes, it's a few seconds.
Okay, Karishma, I think there is a problem with the sound. Right.
Sorry about that.
Well, that's fine.
All right. So what I'm going to do quickly is I'm just going to hand you over to. I'm just going to hand you guys over to Bongo Musa, who's our trainee accounting manager here. He's going to share with you guys because you are all currently in the boat or were in the boat of what he is doing now. So he can tell you a little bit more about us.
Hello, everybody. My name is Musa, and my surname is Zolin. So yeah, so since my director has explained how it goes about its BHA, so now I'll explain how it goes in terms of the trainings as from the trainee perspective. Okay, so at BHA, we don't do just about accounting. We learn soft skills as well and technical skills. So which helps us to improve our skills. And every Friday we do training sessions. At VHA, we use state-of-the-art technology and accounting software. So that's helped us to learn faster and improve our accuracy of financial reporting. So as a trainee, you don't want to be spending time doing learning programs and everything. Because we use the latest accounting software, it's easier to learn. And at VHA, they give you study leave, and you can also do your logbook while during working hours. And also at VHA, every Wednesday, we've got a cricket team. We compete in a cricket tournament. So it is very nice at VHA. Thank you.
Okay, guys, so that was Bongo Mosa. That was us, short and sweet. If I don't know, Shane, do you want us to answer any questions? I do have a tablet here up for grabs with a few other things. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions though.
Okay, Karishma, if it's a tablet, then I'll answer the question. I'm just joking. Okay, can we ask to please take the Q&A, the questions on the Q&A facility, and you can identify the first person to answer, and you can get the details. Thank you very much, Karishma, and the team from VHA Accounting. We really appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Shane. Thank you for having us.
All right. Thank you. Take care. Right. Karishma, can I ask you to please exit the screen share as well, please? Okay. Right, everyone. Firstly, I think to our speakers and guests for today, your time and effort as professionals, we know how valuable your time is, and we just want to send out our heartfelt appreciation for you to attend today. Also, in the preparation of your videos and slides, we know that it's time consuming, especially under the circumstances that we find ourselves in, and we just really appreciate you joining our sessions and being a part of today's program. As again, to our students and attendees, all the best in your studies for the second semester. That's going to start probably by next week in UKZN. We appreciated your participation and interaction for today and making it an actual success, right? And allowed the firms to pass on their knowledge and information to you. Guys, a quick thank you. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't thank the people behind the scenes to make this day actually possible. Ms. Hazel Langa, Yanga Lufondo, Makatini, Musa Ntuli, and Kurt Conning. Guys, I'm sure they had their teams within them, but there's a lot of work that actually goes behind the scenes to make such a day possible. Mr. Murray and I were actually fortunate to be at the forefront and actually present and speak about it, but the work behind the scenes was also greatly appreciated. Alistair, if you would like to insert or have a few short comments to round off, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Shane. Yes, just to express our thanks for everyone who attended and for everyone who presented. It definitely wouldn't be a proper Accounting Professions Day without either the students who attend or without the firms who present so kindly for us. And yes, also to just express my thanks to my colleague, Mr. Ratnasamy, for co-presenting with me, for the Dean for his presence here, and for Hazel and her team for everything they've done for us. Thank you.
Hazel, if you'd like to conclude and finalize.
Thank you so much, Shane. Thanks also to you, Alistair. It has been a very long day, and the two of you facilitated this program beautifully. Thank you, and professionally. Thank you so much for that. And thank you so much to our partners and the accounting firms. Some of them came in from Joburg, all over KZN. We really appreciate this. It means a lot to our students. And students, thank you so much for staying up until this time. We know that when it comes to data, at time, you guys don't always have this, but you took this seriously because this is really indeed the first step to your future, you know, connecting with accounting firms as we have done today. So just to remind you that this session is actually on our UKZN YouTube channel. So if there was another student who was not able to join, or if you'd like to go back and just look at information that was presented, please go to our YouTube channel. You'll find the information there. And also to access the accounting firms that are represented here today, please visit our School of Accounting page. You will find a landing page with all the exhibitors that participated in today's session. So thank you so much for everything. We wish you all the best in your studies, and thanks to our partners for always supporting the initiatives of the School of Accounting, Economics and Finance. Yanga, Musa, Kurt, everyone, really, we appreciate your support. So all the best for the afternoon, and stay safe, and hope to see you again in the near future. Enjoy your afternoon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.